end, O reader, our tale of fantasy. Welcome back to Paper Cuts. We are going to be finishing The Last Man this fine evening. I'm going to try and push it to see if I can get through these last 5 chapters because I don't want to have 2 more episodes of this. I want 1 more episode of this for personal reasons. Anyway, let's just dive right into it with chapter 5. After the repose of a few days, we held a council to decide on our future movements. Our first plan had been to quit our wintry native latitude and seek for our diminished numbers the luxuries and delights of a southern climate. We had not fixed on any precise spot as the termination of our wanderings, but a vague picture of perpetual spring, fragrant groves, and sparkling streams floated in our imagination to entice us on. A variety of causes had detained us in England, and we had just now arrived at the middle of February. If we pursued our original project, we should find ourselves in a worse situation than before, having exchanged our temperate climate for the intolerable heats of a summer in Egypt or Persia. We were therefore obliged to modify our plan as the season continued to be inclement, and it was determined that we should await the arrival of spring in our present abode, and so order our future movements to pass the hot months in the icy valleys of Switzerland, deferring our southern progress until the ensuing autumn, if such a season was ever again to be held by us. The castle and town of Versailles afforded our numbers ample accommodation, and foraging parties took it by turns to supply our wants. There was a strange and appalling motley in the situation of these, the last of the race. At first I likened it to a colony which, borne over the far seas, struck root for the first time in a new country. But where was the bustle and industry characteristic of such an assemblage, the rudely constructed dwelling which was to suffice till a more commodious mansion could be built, the marking out of fields, the attempted cultivation, the eager curiosity to discover unknown animals and herbs, the excursions for the sake of exploring the country? Our habitations were palaces, our food was ready stored in granaries. There was no need of labor, no inquisitiveness, no restless desire to get on. If we had been assured that we should secure the lives of our present numbers, there would have been more vivacity and hope in our councils. We should have discussed as to the period when the existing produce for man's sustenance would no longer suffice for us, and what mode of life we should then adopt. We should have considered more carefully our future plans, and debated concerning the spot where we should in future dwell. But the summer and the plague were near, and we dared not look forward. Every heart sickened at the thought of amusement, if the younger part of our community were ever impelled, by youthful and untamed hilarity, to enter on any dance or song, to cheer the melancholy time, they'd suddenly break off, checked by a mournful look or an agonizing sigh from any one among them, who was prevented by sorrows and losses from mingling in the festivity. If laughter echoed under our roof, yet the heart was vacant of joy, and whenever it chanced that I witnessed such attempts at pastime, they increased instead of diminishing my sense of woe. In the midst of the pleasure-hunting throng, I'd close my eyes and see before me the obscure cavern where was garnered the mortality of Idris, and the dead lay around mouldering in hushed repose. When I again became aware of the present hour, softest melody of the Lydian flute or harmonious maze of a grateful dance was but as the demoniac chorus in the wolf's glen and the caperings of reptiles that surrounded the magic circle. My dearest interval of peace occurred when, released from the obligation of associating with the crowd, I could repose in the dear home where my children lived. Children, I say, for the tenderest emotions of paternity bound me to Clara. She was now 14. Sorrow and deep insight into the scenes around her calmed the restless spirit of girlhood, while the resemblance of her father whom she idolized and respect for me and Adrian implanted a high sense of duty in her young heart. Though serious, she was not sad, the eager desire that makes us all, when young, plume our wings and stretch our necks that we may more swiftly alike tiptoe on the height of maturity, was subdued in her by her early experience. All that she could spare of overflowing love from her parents' memory and attention to her living relatives was spent upon religion. This was the hidden law of her heart, which she concealed with childish reserve, and cherished the more because it was secret. What faith so entire, what charity so pure, what hope so fervent as that of early youth? And she, all love, all tenderness and trust, who from infancy had been tossed on the wide sea of passion and misfortune, saw the finger of apparent divinity in all, and her best hope was to make herself acceptable to the power she worshipped. Evelyn was only 5 years old. His joyous heart was incapable of sorrow, and he enlivened our house with the innocent mirth incident to his years. The aged Countess of Windsor had fallen from her dream of power, rank, and grandeur. She'd suddenly been seized with a conviction that love was the only good of life, virtue the only ennobling distinction and enriching wealth. Such a lesson had been taught her by the dead lips of her neglected daughter, and she devoted herself with all the fiery violence of her character to obtaining the affection of the remnants of her family. In early years the heart of Adrian had been chilled towards her, and though he observed a due respect, her coldness, mixed with the recollection of disappointment and sadness, caused him to feel even pain in her society. She saw this, and yet determined to win his love, the obstacles served to rather excite her ambition. As Henry, Emperor of Germany, lay in the snow before Pope Leo's gate for 3 winter nights and days, so did she in humility wait before the icy barriers of his closed heart, till he, the servant of love and prince of tender courtesy, opened it wide for her admittance, bestowing, with fervency and gratitude, the tribute of filial affection she merited. Her understanding, courage, and presence of mind became powerful auxiliaries to him in the difficult task of ruling the tumultuous crowd, which were subjected to his control, in truth, by a single hair. The principal circumstances that disturbed our tranquillity during this interval originated in the vicinity of the impostor prophet and his followers. They continued to reside at Paris, but missionaries from among them often visited Versailles, and such was the power of assertions, however false, yet vehemently iterated, over the ready credulity of the ignorant and fearful, that they seldom failed in drawing over to their party, some from among our numbers. An instance of this nature coming immediately under our notice, we were led to consider the miserable state in which we should leave our countrymen when we should, at the approach of summer, move on towards Switzerland, and leave a deluded crew behind us, in the hands of their miscreant leader. The sense of the smallness in our numbers, and expectation of decrease pressed upon us, and while it would be subject of congratulation to ourselves to add one to our party, it would be doubly gratifying to rescue one from the pernicious influence of superstition and unrelenting tyranny, the victims that now, though voluntarily enchained, groaned beneath it. If we had considered the preacher as sincere in a belief of his own denunciations, or only moderately actuated by the kind feeling in the exercise of his assumed powers, we should have immediately addressed ourselves to him, and endeavored, with our best arguments, to soften and humanize his view. But he was instigated by ambition. He desired to rule over these last stragglers from the fold of death. His projects went so far as to cause him to calculate that if from these crushed remains a few survived, so that a new race should spring up, he, by holding tight the reins of belief, might be remembered by the post-pestilential race as a patriarch, a prophet, nay, a deity, such as of old among the post-diluvians were Jupiter the Conqueror, Serapis the Lawgiver, and Vishnu the Preserver. These ideas made him inflexible in his rule, and violent in his hate of any who presumed to share with him his usurped empire. It is a strange fact, but incontestable, that the philanthropist, who, ardent in his desire to do good, who patient, reasonable, and gentle, yet disdains to use other argument than truth, has less influence over men's minds than he who
grasping and selfish, refuses not to adopt any means or awaken any passion, nor diffuse any falsehood for the advancement of his cause. If this from the time immemorial has been the case, the contrast was infinitely greater now that the one could bring harrowing fears and transcendent hopes into play, while the other had few hopes to hold forth, nor could influence the imagination to diminish the fears which he himself was the first to entertain. The preacher had persuaded his followers that their escape from the plague, the salvation of their children, and the rise of a new race of men from their seed depended on their faith in and submission to him. They greedily imbibed this belief, and their overweening credulity rendered them eager to make converts to the same faith. How to seduce any individuals from such an alliance of fraud was a frequent subject of Adrian's meditations and discourse. He formed many plans for the purpose, but his own troop kept him in full occupation to ensure their fidelity and safety. Beside which the preacher was as cautious and prudent as he was cruel. His victims lived under the strictest rules and laws, which either entirely imprisoned them within the Tuileries, or let them out in such numbers and under such leaders, as precluded the possibility of controversy. There was one among them, however, whom I resolved to save. She had been known to us in happier days. Idris had loved her, and her excellent nature made it peculiarly lamentable that she should be sacrificed by this merciless cannibal of souls. This man had been between 200 and 300 persons enlisted under his banners. More than half of them were women. There were about 50 children of all ages, and not more than 80 men. They were mostly drawn from that which, when such distinctions existed, was denominated the lower rank of society. The exceptions consisted of a few high-born females who, panic-struck and tamed by sorrow, had joined him. Among these was one young, lovely, and enthusiastic, whose very goodness made her a more easy victim. I've mentioned her before. Juliet, the youngest daughter and now sole relic of the house of Ridden. There are some beings whom fate seems to select on whom to pour, in unmeasured portion, the vials of her wrath, and whom she bathes even to the lips in misery. Such a one was the ill-starred Juliet. She had lost her indulgent parents, her brothers and sisters, companions of her youth. In one fell swoop they had been carried off from her. And yet she had again dared to call herself happy. United to her admirer, to him who possessed and filled her whole heart, she yielded to the Lethean powers of love, and knew only, and felt only, his life and presence. At the very time when with keen delight she welcomed the tokens of maternity, this sole prop of her life failed. Her husband died of the plague. For a time she'd been lulled in insanity. The birth of her child restored her to the cruel reality of things, but gave her at the same time an object for whom to preserve at once life and reason. Every friend and relative had died off. She was reduced to solitude and penury. Deep melancholy and angry impatience distorted her judgment, so that she could not persuade herself to disclose her distress to us. When she heard of the plan of universal emigration, she resolved to remain behind with her child, and alone in wide England to live or die, as fate might decree, beside the grave of her beloved. She had hidden herself in one of the many empty habitations of London. It was she who rescued my Idris on the fatal 20th of November, though my immediate danger and the subsequent illness of Idris caused us to forever forget our hapless friend. This circumstance, however, brought her again in contact with her fellow creatures. A slight illness of her infant proved to her that she was still bound to humanity by an indestructible tie. To preserve this little creature's life became the object of her being, and she joined the first division of migrants who went over to Paris. And there she became an easy prey to the Methodists. Her sensibility and acute fears rendered her accessible to every impulse. Her love for her child made her eager to cling to the merest straw held out to save it. Her mind, once unstrung and now tuned by roughest, inharmonious hands, made her credulous. Beautiful as a fabled goddess, With voice of unrivaled sweetness burning with new lighted enthusiasm, she became a steadfast proselyte, and a powerful auxiliary to the leader of the elect. I had remarked her in the crowd on the day we met in the Place Vendôme, and recollecting suddenly her providential rescue of my lost one on the night of the 20th November, I reproached myself for my neglect and ingratitude, and felt compelled to leave no means that I could adopt untried, to recall her to her better self, and rescue her from the fangs of the hypocrite destroyer. I will not, at this period of my story, record the artifices I used to penetrate the asylum of the Tuileries, or give what would be a tedious account of my stratagems, disappointments, and perseverance. I at last succeeded in entering these walls, and roamed the halls and corridors in eager hope to find my selected convert. In the evening I contrived to mingle unobserved with the congregation, which assembled in the chapel to listen to the crafty and eloquent harangue of their prophet. Oh, we have a new member of the Igloo, Arano Quendi. Welcome to the Igloo. Happy to have you here. Are my alerts not working? Someone tell me if my alerts are working. Wrong of the prophet. That's where we were. I believe that's where we were anyway. I saw Juliet near him. Her dark eyes, fearfully impressed with the restless glare of madness, were fixed on him. She held her infant, not yet a year old, in her arms, and care of it alone could distract her attention from the words to which she eagerly listened. After the sermon was over, the congregation dispersed. All quitted the chapel except she whom I sought. Her babe had fallen asleep, and so she placed it on a cushion, and sat on the floor beside, watching its tranquil slumber. I presented myself to her. For a moment, natural feeling produced a sentiment of gladness, which disappeared again, when with ardent and affectionate exhortation, I besought her to accompany me in flight from this den of superstition and misery. In a moment she relapsed into the delirium of fanaticism, and, but that her gentle nature forbade, would have loaded me with exhortations. She conjured me, she commanded me to leave her. Beware, oh beware! Fly while yet your escape is practicable. Now you're safe, but strange sounds and inspirations come on me at times, and if the Eternal should in awful whisper reveal to me that his will, to save my child you must be sacrificed, I'd call in the satellites of him you call the tyrant. They'd tear you limb from limb, nor would I hallow the death of him whom I just loved by a single tear. She spoke hurriedly, with a tuneless voice and a wild look. Her child awoke, and, frightened, began to cry. Each sob went to the ill-fated mother's heart, and she mingled the epithets of endearment she addressed to her infant with angry commands that I should leave her. Had I had the means, I would have risked all, torn her by force from the murderer's den, and trusted to the healing balm of reason and affection. But I had no choice, no power even of longer struggle. Steps were heard along the gallery, and the voice of the preacher drew near. Juliet, straining her child in a close embrace, fled by another passage. Even then I would have followed her, but my foe and his satellites entered. I was surrounded and taken prisoner. I remembered the menace of the unhappy Juliet, and expected the full tempest of the man's vengeance, and the awakened wrath of his followers to fall instantly upon me. I was questioned, and my answers were simple and sincere. "His own mouth condemns him," exclaimed the impostor. "He confesses that his intention was to seduce from the way of salvation our well-beloved sister and God. Away with him to the dungeon. Tomorrow he dies to death. We're manifestly called upon to make an example tremendous and appalling to save the children of sin from our asylum the saved." My heart revolted from his hypocritical jargon, but it was unworthy of me to combat in words with the ruffian, and my answer was cool. Well, far from being possessed with fear, methought, even at the worst, a man true to himself, courageous and determined, could fight his way, even from the boards of the scaffold, through the herd of these misguided maniacs. "Remember," who I am, and be well assured that I shall not die unavenged. Your legal magistrate, the Lord Protector, knew of my design and is aware that I'm here. The cry of blood will reach him, and you and your miserable victims will long lament the tragedy you're about to act. My antagonist did not deign to reply even by a look. You know your duty, he said to his comrades. Obey. And in a moment I was thrown on the earth, bound, blindfolded, and hurried away. Liberty of sight and limb was only restored to me when, surrounded by dungeon walls, dark and impervious, I found myself a prisoner, and alone. Such was the result of my attempt to gain over the proselyte of this man of crime. I could not conceive that he would dare put me to death. And yet I was in his hands. The power of his ambition had ever been dark and cruel. His power was founded upon fear, the one word which might cause me to die unheard, unseen. The obscurity of my dungeon might be easier to speak than the deed of mercy to act. He would not risk probably a public execution, but a private assassination would at once terrify any of my companions from attempting a like feat, at the same time that a cautious line of conduct might enable him to avoid the enquiries and vengeance of Adrian. 2 months ago, in a vault more obscure than the one I now inhabited, I had revolved the design of quietly lying me down to die. Now I shuddered at the approach of fate. My imagination was busied in shaping forth the kind of death he would inflict. Would he allow me to wear out life with famine, or was the food administered to me to be medicine with death? Would he steal on me in my sleep, or should I contend to the last with my murderers, knowing, even while I struggled, that I must be overcome? I lived upon an earth whose diminished population said a child's arithmetic might number. I had lived through long months with death stalking close at my side, while at intervals the shadow of his skeleton shape darkened my path. I had believed that I had despised the grim phantom and laughed his power to scorn. Any other fate I should have met with courage, nay, have gone out gallantly to encounter. But to be murdered thus at the midnight hour by cold-blooded assassins, no friendly hand to close my eyes or receive my parting blessing, to die in combat, hate, and execration. Why, my angel love, didst thou restore me to life, when already I had stepped within the portals of the tomb, now that so soon again I was to be flung back a mangled corpse? Hours passed, nay, centuries. Could I give words to the many thoughts which occupied me in endless succession during this interval? I should fill volumes. The air was dank, the dungeon floor mildewed and icy cold. Hunger came upon me too, and no sound reached me from without. Tomorrow the ruffian had declared that I should die. But when would tomorrow come? Was it not already here? My door was about to be opened. I heard the key turn and the bars and bolts slowly removed. The opening of intervening passages permitted sounds from the interior of the palace to reach me, and I heard the clock strike 1. They come to murder me, I thought. This hour does not befit a public execution. I drew myself up against the wall opposite the entrance. I collected my forces, rallied my courage. I would not fall a tame prey. Slowly the door receded on its hinges. I was ready to spring forward, to seize and grapple with the intruder. To the sight of who it was changed at once the temper of my mind. It was Juliet herself. Pale and trembling she stood, a lamp in her hand, on the threshold of the dungeon, looking at me with a wistful countenance. But in a moment she resumed her self-possession, and her languid eyes recovered their brilliancy. "I'm come to save you, Verney." And yourself also, dearest friend, can we indeed be saved?" "Not a word. Follow me." I obeyed instantly. We threaded with light steps many corridors, ascended several flights of stairs, and passed through long galleries. At the end of one she unlocked a low portal. A rush of wind extinguished our lamp, but in lieu of it we had the blessed moonbeams and the open face of heaven. Then first Juliet spoke. "You're safe. God bless you. Farewell." And I seized her reluctant hand. "Dear friend, misguided victim, do you not intend to escape with me? Have you not risked all in facilitating my flight, and do you think that I'll permit you to return? and suffer alone the effects of that miscreant's rage? Never. Do not fear for me, replied the lovely girl mournfully, and do not imagine that without the consent of our chiefs you could be without these walls. It is he that saved you. He assigned to me the part of leading you hither, because I am best acquainted for your motives for coming here, and can best appreciate his mercy in permitting you to depart. And are you the dupe of this man? He dreads me alive as an enemy, and dead he fears my avengers. By favoring this clandestine escape, he preserves a show of consistency to his followers, but mercy is far from his heart. You forget his artifices, cruelty, and fraud. As I am free, so are you. Come, Juliet, the mother of our lost Idris will welcome you. The noble Adrian will find rejoice to receive you, and you will know peace and love, and better hopes than fanaticism can afford. Come, and fear not. Long before day we shall be at Versailles. Close on this door on the abode of crime. Come, sweet Juliet, from hypocrisy and guilt to the society of affection and good. I spoke hurriedly, but with fervour, and while with gentle violence I drew her from the portal, some thought, some recollection of past scenes of youth and happiness, made her listen and yield to me. But suddenly she broke away with a shriek. My child! My child! He has my child! My darling girl is my hostage! She darted from me into the passage. The gate closed between us. She was left in the fangs of this man of crime, a prisoner, still to inhale the pestilential atmosphere which adhered to his demoniac nature. The unimpeded breeze played on my cheek, the moon shone graciously upon me, my path was free. Glad to have escaped, yet melancholy in my very joy, I retrod my steps to Versailles. We may well make it through the rest of this book in reasonable time if the rest of the chapters are like that. We'll see. That's the thing with these Gutenberg books. I never know exactly when they're going to end because they have a big boilerplate disclosure thing that's like, hey, this is public domain, you can't make money selling it, all this stuff needs to be here, and then there's like a bunch of categorization information and like some basic library summaries and stuff. There's just a bunch of boilerplate information at the end of these Gutenberg books, so I never know exactly how long the chapters are going to be. Anyway. Now that I've thoroughly digressed. Eventful winter passed. Winter, the respite of our ills. By degrees the sun, with which slant beams had before yielded the extended reign to night, lengthened his diurnal journey, and mounted his highest throne, at once the fosterer of earth's new beauty and her lover. We, who like flies that congregate upon a dry rock at the ebbing of the tide, had played wantonly with time, allowed our passions, our hopes, and our mad desires to rule us, now heard the approaching roar of the ocean of destruction, and would have fled to some sheltered crevice before the first wave broke over us. We resolved without delay to commence our journey to Switzerland. We became eager to leave France. Under the icy vaults of the glaciers, beneath the shadow of the pines, the swinging of whose mighty branches was arrested by a load of snow, beside the streams whose intense cold proclaimed their origin to be from the snow-melting piles of congelated waters, amidst frequent storms which might purify the air, we should find health, if in truth health were not herself disease. We began our preparations at first with alacrity. We did not now bid adieu to our native country, to the graves of those we loved, to the flowers and the streams and trees which had lived beside us from infancy. Small sorrow would be ours on leaving Paris. A scene of shame when we remembered our late contentions, and thought that we left behind a flock of miserable, deluded victims, bending under the tyranny of a selfish imposture. Small pangs should we feel in leaving the gardens, woods, and halls of the palaces of the Bourbons at Versailles, which we feared would soon be tainted by the dead when we looked forward to valleys lovelier than any garden, to mighty forests and halls, built not for mortal majesty, but palaces of nature's own, with the Alp of memorial whiteness for their walls, the sky for their roof. Yet our spirits flagged as the day drew near, which we'd fixed for our departure. Dire visions and evil auguries of such things were thickened around us, so that in vain might men say, "These are their reasons. They are natural." We felt them to be ominous, and dreaded the future event enchained to them. That the night owl should screech before the noonday sun, that the hard-winged bat should wheel around the bed of beauty, that muttering thunder should in early spring startle the cloudless air, that sudden and exterminating blight should fall on the tree and shrub were unaccustomed but physical events, less horrible than the mental creations of an almighty fear. Some had the sight of funeral processions, and faces all begrimed with tears which flitted through the long avenues of the gardens, and drew aside the curtains of the sleepers at dead of night. Some heard wailing and cries in the air. A mournful chaunt would stream through the dark atmosphere, as if spirits above sang the requiem of human race. What was there in all this but that fear created other senses within our frames, making us see, hear, and feel what was not? What was this but the action of diseased imaginations and childish credulity? So might it be, but what was most real was the existence of these very fears, the staring looks of horror, the faces pale even to ghastliness, the voices struck dumb with harrowing dread of those among us who saw and heard these things. Of this number was Adrian, who knew the delusion yet could not cast off the clinging terror. Even ignorant infancy appeared with timorous shrieks and convulsions to acknowledge the presence of unseen powers. We must go, in change of scene and occupation and such security as we still hope to find. We should discover a cure for these gathering horrors. On mustering of our company, we found them to consist of 1,400 souls, men, women, and children. Until now, therefore, we were undiminished in numbers, except by the desertion of those who had attached themselves to the impostor prophet and remained behind in Paris. About 50 French joined us. Our order of march was easily arranged. The ill success which attended our division determined Adrian to keep us all in one body. I, with 100 men, went forward first as a purveyor, taking the road of the Côte d'Or, through Auxerre, Dijon, Dole, over Jura to Geneva. I was to make arrangements at every 10 miles for the accommodation of such numbers as I found the town or village would receive, leaving behind a messenger, with a written order, signifying how many were to be quartered there. The remainder of our tribe was then divided into bands of 50 each division containing 18 men and the remainder consisting of women and children. Each of these was headed by an officer who carried the roll of names, by which they were each day to be mustered. If the numbers were divided at night, in the morning those in the van waited for those in the rear. At each of the large towns before mentioned, we were all to assemble, and a conclave of the principal officers would hold council for the general weal. I went first, as I said, and Adrian last. His mother, with Clara and Evelyn under our protection, remained also with him. And thus our order being determined, I departed. My plan was at first to go no further than Fontainebleau, where in a few days I should be joined by Adrian before I took another flight, again, further eastward. My friend accompanied me a few miles from Versailles. He was sad, and in a tone of unaccustomed despondency, uttered a prayer for our speedy arrival among the Alps, accompanied with an expression of vain regret that we're not already there. In that case, I observed, we can quicken our march. Why adhere to a plan whose dilatory proceeding you already disapprove? Nay, it is too late now. A month ago, when we were masters of ourselves, now, he turned his face from me, though gathering twilight had already veiled his expression. He turned it yet more away. That man died of the plague last night. He spoke in a smothered voice, and then suddenly clasping his hands, he exclaimed, swiftly, Swiftly, most swiftly, advances the last hour for us all. As the stars vanish before the sun, so will his near approach destroy us. I've done my best. With grasping hands and impotent strength, I've hung on the wheel of chariot of plague. But she draws me along with it, while, like Juggernaut, she proceeds crushing out the being of all who strew the high road of life. Would that it were over. Would that her procession achieved, we had all entered the tomb together. Tears streamed from his eyes. Again and again will the tragedy be acted. Again must I hear the groans of the dying, the wailing of the survivors. Again witness the pangs which, consummating all, envelop an eternity in their evanescent existence. Why am I reserved for this? Why the tainted weather of the flock? Am I not struck to earth among them first? It is hard, it's very hard, for one woman born to endure all that I endure. Hitherto, with an undaunted spirit and a high feeling of duty and worth, Hadrian had fulfilled his self-imposed task. I had contemplated him with reverence and a fruitless desire of imitation. But now I offered a few words of encouragement and sympathy. He hid his face in his hands, and while he strove to calm himself, he ejaculated, "For a few months, yet a few months more, let not, O God, my heart fail or my courage be bowed down. Let not sights of intolerable misery matter in this half-crazed brain, or cause this frail heart to beat against its prison bounds so that it bursts. I believe it to be my destiny to guide and rule the last race of man, till death extinguish my government, and to this destiny I submit. Pardon me, Bernie, I pain you, but I will no longer complain. Now I'm myself again, or rather I'm better than myself. You've known how from my childhood aspiring thoughts and high desires have warred with inherent disease and overstrained sensitiveness, till the latter became victors. You know how I placed this wasted feeble hand on the abandoned helm of human government. I've been visited at times by the intervals of fluctuation, and yet until now I've felt as if a superior and indefatigable spirit had taken up its abode within me, or rather incorporated itself with my weaker being. The holy visitant has for a time slept, perhaps to show me how powerless I am without its inspiration. Yet stay for a while, O power of goodness and strength. Disdain not yet this rent shrine of fleshly mortality, O immortal capability. While one fellow creature remains to whom aim can be afforded, stay by and prop your shattered, failing engine. His vehemence and heart broken by irrepressible sighs sunk to my heart. His eyes gleamed in the gloom of night like two earthly stars, and his form dilating, his countenance beaming. Truly, it almost seemed as if at his eloquent appeal a more than mortal spirit entered his frame, exalting him above his humanity. He turned quickly toward me and held out his hand. "Farewell, Vernie. Brother of my love, farewell. No other weak expression must cross these lips. I'm alive again. To our tasks, to our combats with our invanquishable foe, for to the last I'll struggle against her." He grasped my hand and bent to look on me, more fervent and animated than any smile, and then turning his horse's head, he touched the animal with the spur, and was out of sight in a moment. A man last night had died of the plague. The quiver was not emptied, nor was the bow unstrung. We stood as marks while the Parthian pestilence aimed and shot, insatiated by the conquest, unobstructed by the heaps of slain. A sickness of the soul, contagious even to my physical mechanism, came over me. My knees knocked together, my teeth shattered. The current of my blood, clotted by sudden cold, painfully forced its way from my heavy heart. I did not fear for myself, but it was misery to think that we could not even save this remnant. That those I loved might in a few days be as clay-cold as Idris in her antique tomb, nor could strength of body or energy of mind ward off the blow. A sense of degradation came over me. Did God create man merely in the end to become the dead earth in the midst of healthful vegetating nature? Was he of no more account to his maker than a field of corn blighted in the ear? Were our proud dreams thus to fade? Our name was written a little lower than the angels, and behold, we were no better than ephemera. We'd called ourselves the paragon of animals, and lo, we were a quintessence of dust. We repined that the pyramids had outlasted the embalmed body of their builder, but alas, the mere shepherd's hut of straw we passed on the road contained in its structure the principle of greater longevity than the whole race of man. How reconcile this sad change to our past aspirations, to our apparent powers? And suddenly an internal voice, articulate and clear, seemed to say, thus from eternity it was decreed, the steeds that bear time onwards had this hour and this fulfillment enchained to them, since the void brought forth its burden. Would you read backwards the unchangeable laws of necessity? Mother of the world, servant of the omnipotent, eternal changeless necessity, who with busy fingers sittest ever weaving the indissoluble chain of events, I will not murmur at thy acts. If my human mind cannot acknowledge all that is right, yet since what is must be, I will sit amidst the ruins and smile. Truly we were not born to enjoy, but to submit and to hope. Will not the reader tire if I should minutely describe our long-drawn journey from Paris to Geneva, if day by day I should record in the form of a journal the thronging miseries of our lot? Could my hand write or language afford words to express the variety of our woe, the hustling and crowding of one deplorable event upon another? Patience, O reader, whoever thou art, wherever thou dwellest, whether of race spiritual or sprung from some surviving pair, thy nature will be human, thy habitation the earth. Thou wilt here read the acts of the extinct race, and wilt ask wonderingly if they who suffered what thou findest recorded were of frail flesh and soft organization like thyself. Most true they were, and weep therefore, for surely, solitary being, thou would be of gentle disposition, shall shed compassionate tears, but the while lend thy attention to the tale and learn the deeds and sufferings of thy predecessors. Yet the last events that marked our progress through France were so full of strange horror and gloomy misery that I dare not pause too long in the narration. If I were to dissect each incident, every small fragment of a second would contain a harrowing tale whose minutest word would curdle the blood in thy young veins. It is right that I should erect, for thy instruction, this monument of the foregone race, but not that I should drag thee through the wards of a hospital, nor the secret chambers of the charnels. This tale, therefore, should be rapidly unfolded. Images of destruction, pictures of despair, the procession of the last triumph of death will be drawn before thee, swift as the rack driven by the north wind along the blotted splendor of the sky. Weed-grown fields, desolate towns, the wild approach of riderless horses had now become habitual to my eyes, nay, sights far worse of the unburied dead and human forms which were strewn on the roadside and on the steps of once frequented habitations where, though the flesh wastes away beneath the parching sun, the whitening bones start forth and moulder in the save of dust. Sights like these had become, woe the while, so familiar that we ceased to shudder, or stir our strong horses to sudden speed as we passed them. France in its best days, at least that part of France through which we travelled, had been a cultivated desert, and the absence of enclosures, of cottages, even of peasantry, was saddening to a traveller from sunny Italy or busy England. And yet the towns were frequent and lively, and the cordial politeness and ready smile of the wooden-shoed peasant restored good humour to the splenetic. Now the old woman sat no more at the door with a distaff. The lank beggar no longer asked charity in courtier-like phrase, nor on holidays did the peasantry thread with slow grace the mazes of the dance. Silence, melancholy bride of death, went in procession with him from town to town through the spacious region. We arrived at Fontainebleau, and speedily prepared for the reception of our friends. On mustering our numbers for the night, 3 were found missing. When I inquired for them, the man to whom I spoke uttered the word plague, and then fell at my feet in convulsions. He was also infected. There were hard faces around me, for among my troop were sailors who had crossed the line times unnumbered. Soldiers who in Russia and in far America had suffered famine, cold, and danger, and men still sterner featured, once nightly predators in our overgrown metropolis, men bred from their cradle to see the whole machine of society at work for their destruction. I looked around and saw upon the faces of all horror and despair written in glaring characters. We passed 4 days at Fontainebleau. Several sickened and died, and in the meantime neither Adrian nor any of our friends appeared. My own troop was in commotion. To reach Switzerland, to plunge into rivers of snow, and to dwell in caves of ice became the mad desire of all. And yet we'd promised to wait for the Earl, and yet he came not. My people demanded to be led forward. Rebellion, if so we might call what was the mere casting away of straw-formed shackles, appeared manifestly among them. They would away on the word, without a leader. Their only chance of safety, the only hope of preservation from every form of indescribable suffering, was our keeping together. I told them this, while the most determined among them answered with sullenness that they could take care of themselves, and replied to my entreaties with scoffs and menaces. At length, on the 5th day, a messenger arrived from Adrian bearing letters, which directed us to proceed to Auxerre, and there await his arrival, which would only be deferred for a few days. Such was the tenor of his public letters. Those privately delivered to me detailed at length the difficulties of his situation, and left the arrangement of my future plans to his own discretion. His account of the state of affairs at Versailles was brief, but the oral communications of his messenger filled up his omissions, and showed me that perils of the most frightful nature were gathering around them. At first, the reawakening of the plague had been concealed, but the number of deaths increasing, the secret was divulged, and the destruction already achieved was exaggerated by the fears of the survivors. Some emissaries of the enemy of mankind, the accursed impostors, were among them, instilling their doctrine that safety in life could only be ensured by submission to their chief, and they succeeded so well that soon, instead of desiring to proceed to Switzerland, the major part of the multitude, weak-minded women and dastardly men, desired to return to Paris, and by ranging themselves under the banners of the so-called prophet, by a cowardly worship of his principle of evil, to purchase respite, as they hoped, from the impending death. The discord and tumult induced by these conflicting fears and passions detained Adrian. It required all his ardor in pursuit of an object, and his patience under difficulties, to calm and animate such a member of his followers as might counterbalance the panic of the rest, and lead them back to the means from which alone safety could be derived. He had hoped immediately to follow me, but being defeated in this intention, he sent his messenger urging me to secure my own troop at such a distance from Versailles as to prevent the contagion of the rebellion from reaching them, promising at the same time to join me the moment a favorable occasion should occur, by means of which he would withdraw the main body of the emigrants from the evil influence at present exercised over them. I was thrown into a most painful state of uncertainty by these communications. My first impulse was that we should all return to Versailles, there to assist in extricating our chief from his peril. I accordingly assembled my troop, and proposed to them this retrograde movement instead of the continuation of our journey to Auxerre, and with one voice they refused to comply. The notion circulated among them was that the ravages of the plague alone detained the protector. They opposed his order to my request. They came to a resolve to proceed without me should I refuse to accompany them. Argument and adjuration were lost on these dastards. The continual diminution of their own numbers, effected by pestilence, added a sting to their dislike of delay, and my opposition only served to bring their resolution to a crisis. That same evening they departed toward Auxerre. Oaths, as from soldiers to their general, had been taken by them, and these they broke. I also had engaged myself not to desert them. It appeared to me inhuman to ground any infraction of my word against theirs. The same spirit that caused them to rebel against me would impel them to desert each other, and the most dreadful sufferings would be the consequence of their journey in their present unordered and chiefless array. These feelings for a time were paramount, and in obedience to them I accompanied the rest toward Auxerre. We arrived the same night at Villeneuve-de-la-Garde. Gerard, maybe? I'm Sorry, my French pronunciation is awful. A town at the distance of 4 posts from Fontainebleau. When my companions had retired to rest, and I was left alone to revolve and ruminate upon the intelligence I received of Adrian's situation, another view of the subject presented itself to me. What was I doing? What was the object of my present movements? Apparently, I was to lead this troop of selfish and lawless men toward Switzerland, leaving behind my family and my selected friend, which, subject as they were hourly to the death that threatened us all, I might never see again. Was it not my first duty to assist the Protector, set an example of attachment and duty? At a crisis, such as the one I had reached, it is very difficult to balance nicely opposing interests, and that towards which our inclinations lead us obstinately assumes the appearance of selfishness, even when we meditate a sacrifice. We are easily led at such times to make a compromise of the question, and this was my present resource. I resolved that very night to ride to Versailles. If I found affairs less desperate than I now deemed them, I would return without delay to my troop. I had a vague idea that my arrival at that town would occasion some sensation more or less strong, of which we might profit, for the purpose of leading forward the vacillating multitude. At least no time was to be lost. I visited the stables. I saddled my favorite horse, and, vaulting on his back without giving myself time for further reflection or hesitation, quitted Villeneuve-la-Girard on my return to Versailles. I was glad to escape from my rebellious troop, and to lose sight for a time of the strife of evil with good, where the former forever remained triumphant. I was stung almost to madness by my uncertainty concerning the fate of Adrian, and grew reckless of any event, except what might lose or preserve my unequalled friend. With a heavy heart, that sought relief in the rapidity of my course, I rode through the night to Versailles. I spurred my horse, who addressed his free limbs to speed, and tossed his gallant head in pride. The constellations reeled swiftly by, swiftly each tree and stone and landmark fled past my onward career. I bared my head to the rushing wind, which bathed my brow in delightful coolness. As I lost sight of Villeneuve-le-Girard, I forgot the sad drama of human misery. Methought it was happiness enough to live, sensitive the wild beauty of the verdure-clad earth, the star-bespangled sky, and the tameless wind that lent animation to the whole. My horse grew tired, and I, forgetful of his fatigue, still as he lagged, cheered him with my voice and urged him with a spur. He was a gallant animal. I didn't wish to exchange him for any chance beast might I light on, leaving him never to be refound. All night we went forward. In the morning he became sensible that we approached Versailles, to reach as was his home. He mustered his flagging strength. The distance we had come was not less than 50 miles, yet he shot down the long boulevard swift as an arrow. Poor fellow, as I dismounted at the gate of the castle, he sunk on his knees, his eyes were covered with a film, he fell on his side, a few gasps inflated his noble chest, and he died. I saw him expire with an anguish unaccountable even to myself. The spasm was as the wrenching of some limb in agonizing torture, but it was brief as it was intolerant. I forgot him as I swiftly darted through the open portal and up the majestic stairs of this castle of victories, heard Adrian's voice. "O fool! O woman-nurtured, effeminate, and contemptible being!" I heard his voice and answered it with convulsive shrieks. I rushed into the hall of Hercules, where he stood surrounded by a crowd whose eyes, turned in wonder on me, reminded me that on the stage of the world a man must repress such girlish ecstasies. I would have given worlds to have embraced him. I dared not. Half in exhaustion, half voluntarily, I threw myself at length on the ground. Dare I disclose the truth to the gentle offspring of solitude? I did so, that I might kiss the dear and sacred earth he trod. I found everything in a state of tumult. An emissary of the leader of the elect had been so worked up by his chief and by his own fanatical creed as to make an attempt on the life of the protector and preserver of lost mankind. His hand was arrested while in the act of poignarding the earth. This circumstance had caused the clamor I heard on my arrival at the castle, and the confused assembly of persons that I found assembled in the salle de Hercule. Though superstition and demoniac fury had crept among the emigrants, yet several adhered with fidelity to their noble chieftain, and many whose faith and love had been unhinged by fear fell all their latent affections, rekindled by this detestable attempt. A phalanx of faithful breasts closed round him. The wretch who, although a prisoner and in bond, vaunted his design, and madly claimed the crown of martyrdom, would have been torn to pieces had not his intended victim interposed. Adrian, springing forward, shielded him with his own person, and commanded with energy the submission of his infuriate friends. At this moment had I entered. Discipline and peace were at length restored in the castle, and then Adrian went from house to house, from troop to troop, to soothe the disturbed minds of his followers and recall them to their ancient obedience. But the fear of immediate death was still rife among these survivors of a world's destruction. The horror occasioned by the attempted assassination passed away. Each eye turned toward Paris. Men love a prop so well that they'll lean on a pointed poisoned spear, and such was he, the impostor, who with fear of hell was his scourge, was the most ravenous wolf, played the driver to a credulous flock. It was a moment of suspense that shook even the resolution of the unyielding friend of man. Adrian for one moment was about to give in, to cease the struggle and quit, leaving them a miserable prey to their passions and to the worst tyrant that excited them. But again, after a brief fluctuation of purpose, he resumed his courage and resolves, sustained by the singleness of his purpose, and the untried spirit of benevolence which animated him. At this moment, as an omen of excellent import, his wretched enemy pulled destruction on his head, destroying with his own hands the dominion he directed. His grand hold upon the minds of men took its rise from the doctrine inculcated by him, that those who believed in and followed him were the remnant to be saved, while all the rest of mankind were marked out for death. Now at the time of the flood, the Omnipotent repented him that he had created man, and that as then with water, now with the arrows of pestilence, was about to annihilate all, except those who obeyed his decrees, promulgated by the ipse dixit prophet. It is impossible to say on what foundations this man built his hopes of being able to carry on such an imposture. It's likely that he was fully aware of the lie which murderous nature might give to his assertions, and he believed it to be the cast of a die, whether he should in future ages be reverenced as an inspired delegate from heaven, or be recognized as an impostor by the present dying generation. At any rate, he resolved to keep up the drama to the last act. When on the first approach of summer the fatal disease again made its ravages among the followers of Adrian, the impostor exultingly proclaimed the exemption of his own congregation from the universal calamity. He was believed. His followers, hitherto shut up in Paris, now came to Versailles. Mingling with the coward band there assembled, they reviled their own admirable leader, and asserted their own superiority and exemption. At length the plague, slow-footed, but sure in her noiseless advance, destroyed the illusion, invading the congregation of the elect, and showering promiscuous death among them. Their leader endeavored to conceal this event. He had a few followers who, admitted into the arcana of his wickedness, could help him in the execution of his nefarious designs. Those who sickened were immediately and quietly withdrawn. A cord and a midnight grave disposed of them forever, while some plausible excuse was given for their absence. At last a female, whose maternal vigilance subdued even the effects of the narcotics administered to her, became a witness of their murderer's designs on her only child. And mad with horror, she would have burst among her deluded fellow victims, and wildly shrieking, have awakened the dull ear of night with the history of the fiend-like crime, when the impostor, in his last act of rage and desperation, plunged a poignard in her bosom. Thus wounded to death, her garments dripping with her own lifeblood, bearing her strangled infant in her arms, beautiful and young as she was, Juliet, for it was she, denounced to the host of deceived believers the wickedness of their leaders. He saw the aghast looks of her auditors, changing from horror to fury. The names of those already sacrificed were echoed by their relatives, now assured of their loss. The wretch with that energy of purpose which had borne him thus far in his guilty career saw his danger, and resolved to evade the worst forms. He rushed on one of the foremost, seized a pistol from his girdle, and his loud laugh of derision mingled with the report of the weapon with which he destroyed himself. They left his miserable remains even where they lay. They placed the corpse of poor Juliet and her babe upon a bier, and all, with hearts subdued to the saddest regret, in long procession, walked toward Versailles. They met troops of those who had quitted the kindly protection of Adrian, and were journeying to join the fanatics. To them the tale of horror was recounted. All turned back, and thus at last, accompanied by the undiminished members of surviving humanity, and preceded by the mournful emblem of their recovered reason, they appeared before Adrian, and again and forever vowed obedience to his commands, and fidelity to his cause. So there were two little excerpts in that last chapter. If you're reading along at home, you know what they are. If you're reading along on the website version of the book that you can get at Gutenberg, those little footnotes even link down, and they link back to each other. So it actually like scrolls the page so you can see them. Kind of handy. I wish the ebook would do that, but I don't know that that's enabled everywhere. Anyway, Chapter 7. These events occupied so much time that June had numbered more than half its days before we again commenced our long protracted journey. The day after my return to Versailles, 6 men, from among those I had left at Villeneuve-la-Garde, Guiard? I'm assuming that's how that's said. But I'm not going to be able to pronounce it for the rest of the book. Hopefully they don't stay there very long. Arrived with intelligence that the rest of the troop had already proceeded towards Switzerland. We went forward in the same track. It's strange, after an interval of time, to look back on a period which, though short in itself, appeared in actual progress to be drawn out indeterminably. By the end of July we entered Dijon. By the end of July those hours, days, and weeks had mingled with the ocean of forgotten time, which in their passage teemed with fatal events and agonizing sorrow. By the end of July, little more than a month had gone by if man's life were measured by the rising and setting of the sun, but, alas, in that interval, ardent youth had become gray-haired, furrows deep and unerasable were trenched in the blooming cheek of the young mother, the elastic limbs of early manhood, paralyzed as by the burden of years, assumed the decrepitude of age. Nights passed, during whose fatal darkness the sun grew old before it rose, and burning days to cool those whose baleful heat the balmy eve, lingering far in eastern climes, came lagging and ineffectual. Days in which the dial, radiant in its noonday station, moved not its shadow the space of a little hour, until a whole life of sorrow had brought the sufferer to an untimely grave. We departed from Versailles, 1,500 souls, and set out on the 18th of June. We made a long procession, in which was contained every dear relationship or tie of love that existed in human society. Fathers and husbands with guardian care gathered their dear relatives around them. Wives and mothers looked for support to the manly form beside them, and then with tender anxiety bent their eyes on the infant troop around. They were sad, but not hopeless. Each thought was that someone would be saved, each with that pernicious optimism which to the last characterized our human nature, trusted that their beloved family would be the one preserved. We passed through France and found it empty of inhabitants. Some 1 or 2 natives survived in the larger towns, which they roamed through like ghosts. We received, therefore, small increase to our numbers, and such decrease through death, that at last it became easier to count the scanty list of survivors. As we never deserted any of the sick, until their death permitted us to commit their remains to the shelter of a grave, our journey was long, while every day a frightful gap was made in our troop. They died by 10s, by 50s, by 100s. No mercy was shown by death. We ceased to expect it, and every day welcomed the sun with the feeling that we might never see it rise again. The nervous terrors and fearful visions which had scared us during the spring continued to visit our coward troop during this sad journey. Every evening brought its fresh creation of specters. A ghost was depicted by every blighted tree. Appalling shapes were manufactured from each shaggy bush. By degrees these common marvels paled on us, and then other wonders were called into being. Once, it was confidently asserted, the sun rose an hour later than its seasonable time. Again it was discovered that he grew paler and paler. Shadows took on an unusual appearance. It was impossible to have imagined, during the usual calm routine of life that men had before experienced, the terrible effects produced by these extravagant delusions. In truth, of such little worth are our senses when unsupported by concurring testimony, that it was with the utmost difficulty I kept myself free from the belief in supernatural events, to which the major part of our people readily gave credit. Being one sane amidst a crowd of the mad, I hardly dared to assert to my own mind that the vast luminary had undergone no change. The shadows of the night were unthickened by innumerable shapes of awe and terror, or that wind, as it sung in the trees or whistled round an empty building, was not pregnant with sounds of wailing and despair. Sometimes realities took ghostly shapes, and it was impossible for one's blood not to curdle at the perception of an evident mixture of what we knew to be true, with a visionary semblance of all that we feared. Once, at the dusk of the evening, we saw a figure all in white, apparently of more than human stature, flourishing about the road, now throwing up its arms, now leaping to an astonishing height in the air, then turning round several times, successively, then raising itself to its full height and gesticulating violently. Our troop, on the alert to discover and believe in the supernatural, made a halt some distance from this shape, and as it became darker there was something appalling even to the incredulous in the lonely spectre, whose gambols, if they hardly accorded with spiritual dignity, were beyond human powers. Now it leapt right up in the air, now sheer over a high hedge, and was again the moment after in the road before us. By the time I came up, the fright experienced by the spectators of this ghostly exhibition began to manifest itself in the flight of some, and the close huddling together of the rest. Our goblin now perceived us. He approached, and as we drew reverently back, he made a low bow. The sight is irresistibly ludicrous, even to our hapless band, and his politeness was hailed by a shout of laughter. And then again springing up as a last effort, it sunk to the ground, and became almost invisible through the dusky night. The circumstance again spread silence and fear through the troop. The more courageous at length advanced, and raising the dying wretch, discovered the tragic explanation of this wild scene. It was an opera dancer, and had been one of the troop which was deserted from Villeneuve-la-Jarre. Falling sick, he had been deserted by his companions, and in an access of delirium he fancied himself on the stage, and, poor fellow, his dying sense eagerly accepted the last human applause that could ever be bestowed on his grace and agility. At another time we were haunted for several days by an apparition to which our people gave the appellation of the Black Spectre. We never saw it except at evening, when his coal-black steed, his mourning dress and plume of black feathers, had a majestic and awe-striking appearance. His face, one said, who had seen it for a moment, was ashy pale. He lingered far beyond the rest of the troop, and suddenly at a turn in the road saw the Black Spectre coming towards him. He hid himself in fear, and the horse and his rider slowly passed, while the moonbeams fell on the face of the latter, displaying its unearthly hue. Sometimes at dead of night, as we watched the sick, we heard one galloping through the town. It was that Black Spectre come in token of inevitable death. He grew giant tall to vulgar eyes. An icy atmosphere, they said, surrounded him. When he was heard, all animals shuddered, and the dying knew that their last hour was come. It was Death himself, they declared, come visibly to seize on a subject earth, and quell at once our decreasing numbers, sole rebels to his law. One day at noon we saw a dark mass on the road before us, and coming up beheld the Black Spectre fallen from his horse, lying in the agonies of disease upon the ground. He did not survive many hours. and his last words disclosed the secret of his mysterious conduct. He was a French noble of distinction who, from the effects of the plague, had been left alone in his district. During many months he had wandered from town to town, from province to province, seeking some survivor for a companion, and abhorring the loneliness to which he was condemned. When he discovered our troop, fear of contagion conquered his love of society. He dared not join us, and yet he could not resolve to lose sight of us, sole human beings who, besides himself, existed in wide and fertile France. So he accompanied us in the spectral guise I've described, till pestilence gathered him to a larger congregation, even that of dead mankind. It had been well if such vain terrors had distracted our thoughts from more tangible evils. But these were too dreadful and too many not to force themselves into every thought, every moment of our lives. We were obliged to halt at different periods for days together, till another and yet another was consigned as a clod to the vast clod which had been once our living mother. Thus we continued travelling during the hottest season. It was not till the 1st of August that we, the emigrants, reader, there were just 80 of us in number, entered the gates of Dijon. For context, they just lost from 1,500 people to 80 of them, if you hadn't caught that. We had expected this moment with eagerness, for we had accomplished the worst part of our drear journey. Switzerland was near at hand. Yet how could we congratulate ourselves on such an event thus imperfectly fulfilled? Were these miserable beings who, worn and wretched, passed in sorrowful procession, the sole remnants of the race of man, which, like a flood, had once spread over and possessed the whole earth? It had come down clear and unimpeded from its primal mountain source at Ararat, and grew from a puny streamlet to a vast perennial river, generation after generation flowing on ceaselessly. The same but diversified, it grew and swept onwards toward the absorbing ocean whose dim shores we now reached. It had been the mere plaything of nature, when it first crept out of the uncreative void into light, but thought brought forth power and knowledge, and clad with these the race of man assumed dignity and authority. It was then no longer the mere gardener of earth or the shepherd of her flocks. It carried with it an imposing and majestic aspect. It had a pedigree and illustrious ancestors, had its gallery of portraits, its monumental inscriptions, its records and titles. This was all over, now that the ocean of death had sucked in the slackening tide, and its source was dried up. We first had bidden adieu to the state of things which, having existed many thousand years, seemed eternal. Such a state of government, obedience, traffic, domestic intercourse, that had molded our hearts and capacities as far back as our memory could reach. Then to patriotic zeal, to the arts, to reputation, to enduring fame, to the name of the country we bidden farewell. We saw depart of all hope of retrieving our ancient state, all expectation except the feeble one of saving our individual lives from the wreck of the past. To preserve these, we'd quitted England. England no more, for without her children, what name could that barren island claim? With tenacious grasp, we clung to such rule and order as could best save us, trusting that if a little colony could be preserved, that would suffice at some remoter period to restore the lost community of mankind. But the game is up. We all must die, nor leave survivor nor heir to the wide inheritance of earth. We all must die. The species of man must perish, his frame of exquisite workmanship, the wondrous mechanism of his senses, the noble proportion of his godlike limbs, his mind, the throned king of these, must perish. Will the earth still keep her place among the planets? Will she still journey with unmarked regularity round the sun? Will the seasons change? The trees adorn themselves with leaves, and flowers shed their fragrance in solitude? Will the mountains remain unmoved, and streams still keep a downward course toward the vast abyss? Will the tides rise and fall, and the winds fan universal nature? Will beasts pasture, Birds fly and fishes swim when man, the Lord, possessor, perceiver, and recorder of all these things, has passed away, as though he had never been. What mockery is this? Surely death is not death, humanity is not extinct, but merely passed into other shapes, unsubjected to our perceptions. Death's a fast portal, a high road to life. Let us hasten to pass. Let us exist no more in this living death, but die that we may live. We had longed with inexpressible earnestness to reach Dijon, since we'd fixed on it as a kind of station in our progress. But now we entered it with a torpor more painful than acute suffering. We'd come slowly, but irrevocably, to the opinion that our utmost efforts would not preserve one human being alive. We took our hands, therefore, away from the long-grasped rudder, and the frail vessel on which we floated seemed, with the government over her suspended, to rush, prow foremost, into the dark abyss of the billows. A rush of grief, a wanton profusion of tears and vain laments, and overflowing tenderness and passionate but fruitless clinging to the priceless few that remained, was followed by languor and recklessness. During this disastrous journey we lost all those, not of our own family, to whom we'd particularly attached ourselves among the survivors. It were not well to fill these pages with a mere catalogue of losses, yet I cannot refrain from this last mention of those principally dear to us. The little girl whom Adrian had rescued from utter desertion during our ride through London on the 20th November died at Auxerre. Poor child had attached herself greatly to us, and the suddenness of her death added to our sorrow. In the morning we'd seen her apparently in health, but in evening Lucy, before we retired to rest, visited our quarters to say that she was dead. Poor Lucy herself only survived till we arrived at Dijon. She devoted herself throughout to the nursing the sick and tending the friendless. Her excessive exertions brought on a slow fever, which ended in the dread disease whose approach soon released her from her sufferings. She had throughout been endeared to us by her good qualities, by her ready and cheerful execution of every duty and mild acquiescence in every turn of adversity. When we consigned her to a tomb, we seemed at the same time to bid a final adieu to those peculiar feminine virtues conspicuous in her. Uneducated, unpretending as she was distinguished for her patience, forbearance, and sweetness. These, with all their train of qualities peculiarly English, would never again be revived for us. This type of all that was most worthy of admiration in her class among my countrywomen was placed under the sod of a deserted France, and it was as a second separation from our country to have lost sight of her forever. The Countess of Windsor died too at our abode at Dijon. One morning I was informed that she wished to see me. Her message made me remember that several days had elapsed since I had last seen her. Such a circumstance had often occurred during our journey, when I remained behind to watch to their close the last moments of some one of our hapless comrades, and the rest of the troop pass on before me. But there was something in the manner of her messenger that made me suspect that all was not right. A caprice of the imagination caused me to conjecture that some ill had occurred to Clara or Evelyn, rather than to this aged lady. Our fears, forever on the stretch, demanded a nourishment of horror, and it seemed too natural an occurrence, too like past times, for the old to die before the young. I found the venerable mother of my Idris lying on a couch, her tall, emaciated figure stretched out, her face fallen away, from which the nose stood out in sharp profile, and her large dark eyes, hollow and deep, gleamed with such light as may edge a thundercloud at sunset. All was shriveled and dried up except these lights. Her voice, too, was fearfully changed as she spoke to me at intervals. "I am afraid that it is selfish in me to have asked you to visit the old woman again before she dies. Yet perhaps it would have been a greater shock to hear suddenly that I was dead than to see me first thus." I clasped at her shriveled hand. "Are you indeed so ill? Do you not perceive death in my face? It's strange. I ought to have expected this, and yet I confess that it has taken me unaware. I never clung to life or enjoyed it till these last months, while among those I senselessly deserted, and it's hard to be snatched immediately away. I am glad, however, that I'm not a victim of the plague. Probably I should have died at this hour, though the world had continued as it was in my youth. She spoke with difficulty, and I perceived that she regretted the necessity of death even more than she cared to confess. Yet she had not to complain of an undue shortening of her existence. Her fated person showed that life had naturally spent itself. We had been alone at first, but now Clara entered. The Countess turned to her with a smile and took the hand of this lovely child. Her roseate palm and snowy fingers contrasted with the relaxed fibres and yellow hue of those of her aged friend. She bent to kiss her, touching her withered mouth with the warm, full lips of youth. Bertie, I need not recommend this dear girl to you. For your own sake, you preserve her. Were the world as it was, I should have 1,000 sage precautions to impress that one so sensitive, good, and beauteous might escape the dangers that used to lurk for the destruction of the fair and excellent. This is all nothing now. I commit you, my kind nurse, to your uncle's care. To yours I entrust the dearest relic of my better self. Be to Adrian, sweet one, which you've been to me. Enliven his sadness with your sprightly sallies. Soothe his anguish by your sober and inspired converse when he's tired. Nurse him as you've done me. Clara burst into tears. Kind girl, do not weep for me. Many dear friends are left to you. And yet, cried Clara, you talk of their dying also. This is indeed cruel. How could I live if they were gone? If it were possible for my beloved protector to die before me, I could not nurse him. I could only die too. The venerable lady survived this scene only 24 hours. She was the last tie binding us to the ancient state of things. It was impossible to look on her and not call to mind in their wonted guise events and persons as alien to our present situation as the disputes of Themistocles and Aristides, or the wars of 2 roses in our native land. The crown of England had pressed her brow. The memory of my father and his misfortune, the vain struggles of the late king, the images of Raymond, Evadna, and Perdita, who had lived in the world's prime, were brought vividly before us. We consigned her to the oblivious tomb with reluctance, and when I turned from her grave, Janus had veiled his retrospective face. That which gazed on future generations had long since lost its faculty. After remaining a week at Dijon, until 30 of our number deserted the vacant ranks of life, we continued our way toward Geneva. At noon on the 2nd day, we arrived at the foot of Jura. We halted here during the heated day. Here, 50 human beings. 50. The only human beings that survived the food-teeming earth, assembled to read in looks of the other, ghastly plague, or wasting sorrow, desperation, or worse, carelessness of the future and the present evil. Here we assembled at the foot of this mighty wall of a mountain, under a spreading walnut tree. A brawling stream refreshed the green sward by its sprinkling, and the busy grasshopper chirped among the thyme. We clustered together a group of feeble and wretched sufferers. A mother cradled in her enfeebled arms the child, last of many, whose glazed eye was about to close forever. Here beauty, late growing in youthful luster and consciousness, now wan and knelt fanning with uncertain motion the beloved, who lay striving to paint his features distorted by illness with a thankful smile. There a hard-featured, weather-worn veteran, having prepared his meal, sat, his head dropped on his chest, the useless knife falling from his grasp, his limbs utterly relaxed, as Thought of wife and child and dearest relative all lost passed across his recollection. There sat a man who for 40 years had basked in fortune's tranquil sunshine. He held the hand of his last hope, his beloved daughter who had just attained womanhood, and he gazed on her with anxious eyes, while she tried to rally her fainting spirit to comfort him. Here a servant, faithful at last, though dying, waited on one who, though still erect with health, gazed with grasping fear on the variety of woe that surrounded them. Adrian stood leaning against a tree. He held a book in his hand, but his eye wandered from the pages and sought mine. They mingled a sympathetic glance. His looks confessed that his thoughts had quitted the inanimate print, for pages more pregnant with meaning, more absorbing, spread out before him. By the margin of the stream, apart from all, in a tranquil nook, where the purling brook kissed the green sward gently, Clara and Evelyn were at play, sometimes beating the water with large boughs, sometimes watching the summer flies that sported upon it. Evelyn now chased a butterfly, now gathered a flower for his cousin, and his laughing cherub face and clear brow told of the light heart that beat in his bosom. Clara, though she endeavored to give herself up to his amusement, often forgot it, as she turned to observe Adrian and me. She was now 14, and retained her childish appearance, though in height a woman. She acted the part of the tenderest mother to my little orphan boy. To see her playing with him, or attending silently, submissively on our wants, you thought only of her admirable docility and patience. But in her soft eyes and the veined curtains that veiled them, in the clearness of her memorial brow and the tender expression of her lips, there was an intelligence and beauty that once excited admiration and love. When the sun had sunk toward the precipitate west and the evening shadows grew long, we prepared to ascend the mountain. The attention that we were obliged to pay to the sick made our progress slow. The winding road, through though steep, presented a confined view of rocky fields and hills, each hiding the other till our farther ascent disclosed them in succession. We were seldom shaded from the declining sun, whose slant beams were instinct with exhausting heat. There are times when minor difficulties grow gigantic, times when, as the Hebrew poet expressively terms it, the grasshopper is a burden. So was it with our ill-fated party this evening. Adrian, usually the first to rally his spirits and dash foremost into fatigue and hardship, with relaxed limbs and declined head, the reins hanging loosely in his grasp, left the choice of the path to the instinct of his horse, now and then painfully rousing himself when the steepness of the ascent required that he should keep his seat with better care. Fear and horror also encompassed me. Did his languid air attest that he was also struck with the contagion? How long, when I look on this matchless specimen of mortality, may I perceive that his thought answers mine? How long will those limbs obey the kindly spirit within? How long will light and life dwell in the eyes of this, my sole remaining friend? Thus, pacing slowly, each hill surmounted only presented another to be ascended. Each jutting corner only discovered another, sister to the last, endless. Sometimes the pressure of sickness in one among us caused the whole cavalcade to halt. The call for water, the eagerly expressed wish to repose, the cry of pain, and the suppressed sob of the mourner, such were the sorrowful attendants of our passage of the Ure. Adrian had gone first. Okay, that's not a chapter boundary. I'll keep going. Adrian had gone first. I saw him, while I was detained by the loosening of a girth, struggling with the upward path, seemingly more difficult than any we had yet passed. He reached the top, and the dark outline of his figure stood in relief against the sky. He seemed to behold something unexpected and wonderful, for pausing, his head stretched out, his arms for a moment extended, he seemed to give an all-hail to some new vision. After battling for many tedious minutes within the precipice, the same scene presented itself to me, which had wrapped him in ecstatic wonder. Nature, or nature's favorite, this lovely earth presented her most unrivaled beauties in resplendent and sudden exhibition. Below, far, far below, even as it were in the yawning abyss of the ponderous globe, lay the placid and azure expanse of Lake Leman. Vine-covered hills hedged it in, and behind dark mountains, in cone-like shape or irregular cyclopean wall, served for further defense. But beyond, and high above all, as if the spirits of the air had suddenly unveiled their bright abodes, placed in scaleless altitude, in the stainless sky, heaven-kissed, companions of the unattainable ether, were the glorious Alps, clothed in dazzling robes of light by the setting sun. And as if the world's wonders were never to be exhausted, their vast immensities, their jagged crags, roseate painting, they appeared in the lake below again, dipping their proud heights beneath the unruffled waves, palaces for the naiads of the placid waters. Towns and villages lay scattered at the foot of Ura, which, with dark ravine and black promontories, stretched its roots into the watery expanse beneath. Carried away by such wonders, I forgot the death of man, and the living and beloved friend near me. When I turned, I saw tears streaming from his eyes, his thin hands pressed one against the other, his animated countenance beaming with admiration. "Why," cried he at last, "why, O heart, whisperest thou of grief to me? Drink in the beauty of that scene, and possess delight beyond what a fabled paradise could afford." By degrees our whole party surmounting the steep joined us, and not one among them but gave visual tokens of admiration, surpassing any before experienced. One cried, "God reveals his heaven to us, we may die blessed." Another and another, with broken exclamations and extravagant phrases, endeavored to express the intoxicating effect of this wonder of nature. So we remained a while, lightened of the pressing burden of fate, forgetful of death and the hues of night. We were about to plunge, no longer reflecting that our eyes now and forever were and would be the only ones which might perceive the divine magnificence of this terrestrial exposition. An enthusiastic transport, akin to happiness, burst like a sudden ray from the sun on our darkened land. Precious attribute of woe-worn humanity, that can snatch ecstatic emotion, even from under the very share and harrow that ruthlessly plows up and lays waste every other hope. This evening was marked by another event. Passing through Fernie on our way to Geneva, unaccustomed sounds of music arose from the rural church which stood embosomed in the trees, surrounded by smokeless, vacant cottages. The peal of an organ with rich swell awoke the mute air, lingering along and mingling with the intense beauty that clothed the rocks and woods and waves around. Music, the language of the immortals, disclosed to us as a testimony of their existence. Music, silver key of the fountain of tears, child of love, soother of grief, inspirer of heroism and radiant thoughts. O music, in this our desolation we'd forgotten thee. Nor pipe at eve cheered us, nor harmony of voice, nor linked thrill of string. Thou camest upon us now, like the revealing of other forms of being, and transported as we had been by the loveliness of nature, fancying that we beheld the abode of spirits. Now we might well imagine that we heard their melodious communings. We paused in such awe as would seize on a pale votarist visiting some holy shrine at midnight, if she beheld a man animated and smiling the images which she had worshipped. We all stood mute. Many knelt. In a few minutes, however, we were recalled to human wonder and sympathy by a familiar strain. The air was Haydn's new created world, and old and drooping as humanity had become, the world yet fresh as at creation's day might still be worthily celebrated by such a hymn of praise. Adrian and I entered the church. The nave was empty, though the smoke of incense rose from the altar, bringing with it the recollection of vast congregations in once thronged cathedrals. We went into the loft. A blind old man sat at the bellows. His whole soul was ear, and as he sat in the attitude of attentive listening, a bright glow of pleasure was diffused over his countenance. For though his lackluster eye could not reflect the beam, yet his parted lips and every line of his face and venerable brow spoke delight. A young woman sat at the keys, perhaps 20 years of age. Her auburn hair hung on her neck, and her fair brow shone in its own beauty, but her drooping eyes let fall fast-flowing tears, while the constraint she exercised to suppress her sobs, and still her trembling, flushed her else pale cheek. She was thin. Languor and, alas, sickness bent her form. We stood looking at the pair, forgetting what we heard in the absorbing sight, till the last chord struck, the peal died away in lessening reverberations. The mighty voice, inorganic we might call it, for we could in no way associate it with the mechanism of pipe or key, stilled its sonorous tone, and the girl, turning to lend her assistance to her aged companion, at length perceived us. It was her father, and she, since childhood, had been the guide of his darkened steps. They were Germans from Saxony, and immigrating thither but a few years before had formed new ties with the surrounding villagers. About that time, the pestilence had broken out. A young German student had joined them. Their simple history was easily divined. He, a noble, loved the fair daughter of the poor musician, and followed them in their flight from the persecutions of his friends. But soon the mighty leveller came with unblunted scythe to mow, together with the grass, the tall flowers of the field. The youth was an early victim. She preserved herself for her father's sake. His blindness permitted her to continue a delusion, at first the child of accident, and now solitary beings, sole survivors in the land. He remained unacquainted with the change, nor was aware that when he listened to his child's music, the mute mountains, senseless lake, and unconscious trees were himself accepted for sole auditors. The very day that we'd arrived, she had been attacked by symptomatic illness. She was paralyzed with horror at the idea of leaving her aged, sightless father alone on the empty earth, but she had not courage to disclose the truth, and the very excess of her desperation animated her to surpassing exertions. At the accustomed vesper hour, she had led him to the chapel, and though trembling and weeping on his account, she played without fault in time or error in note the hymn written to celebrate the creation of the adorned earth, soon to be her tomb. We came to her like visitors from heaven itself. Her high-wrought courage, her hardly sustained firmness, fled with the appearance of relief. With a shriek she rushed towards us, embraced the knees of Adrian, and uttering but the words, "Oh, save my father!" with sobs and hysterical cries, opened the long-shut floodgates of her woe. Poor girl! She and her father now lie side by side beneath the walnut tree where her lover reposed, and in which her dying moments she pointed out to us. Her father, at length aware of his daughter's danger, unable to see the changes of her dear countenance, obstinately held her hand, till it was chilled and stiffened by death. Nor did he then move or speak, till 12 hours after, kindly death took him to his breakless repose. They rest beneath the sod, the tree their monument. The hallowed spot is distinct in my memory, paled in by craggy Jura and the far immeasurable Alps. The spire of the church they frequented still points out from the embosoming trees, and though her hand be cold, still methinks the sounds of divine music which they loved wander about, solacing their gentle ghosts. Okay, there was one excerpt in that last chapter. If you're reading along, you'll know where it is, or you'll be able to find where it is. Oh, it's about an hour and a half in. We are about to start chapter 5, 6, 7, 8, but before we do that, we have 2 chapters left, I believe. 3 if chapter 10 is super long. Either way, now is a great time to take our usual intermission. Get up, stretch your legs, drink some water, eat a snack if you're hungry, take some medicine if that is something you're required of. You know, all the little self-care things that you need to do. I'm gonna go do a little bit of that. I've been sitting a lot today, so I need to stand. And I'm gonna grab some more water. I'll be back in about 15 minutes for the live audience, and not very long for the podcast audience. Either way, we're not starting soon. We'll be right back. Either way, we're going to be right back. I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, that's enough of that. Give me just one moment. I'm gonna see if I can sit down without disturbing Mr. Magnus too badly. Okay. You sure you don't want to say hi to everybody? No, I thought about it, but I was just sitting in the chair to mirror. Yeah, stretching it out. Okay, let us hop right back on. Okay, we've got chapter 8 that we're about to dive into here. Let me get one last sippy of water. Oh, no. The snow broke. We get to sit here and wait for the snow. I don't know why the snow is breaking. Just because it shouldn't be. Yeah, I'll have to yutz with, like, there's some inline CSS that I need to apply to make sure that, like, somewhere in the stack of things that I have made to make this, something is defaulting to the wrong background. It should be defaulting to transparent, not that perfect. Although that color that it's chosen is sensible, and I don't know, I'm hesitant to make it, because there's 2 layers of snow there, obviously. I'm hesitant to make the back layer of snow that color as it falls, and then have the front layer of snow be transparent. Just because then you can't see the nice snow, the nice static snow that's one more layer behind it. But I don't know. I've just been thinking about it a lot lately. Um, but I digress a great deal. That's talk for another day. That is not me reading. Let's dive right back into chapter 8, shall we? We had now reached Switzerland, so long the final mark and aim of our exertions. We had looked, I know not wherefore, with hope and pleasing expectation on her congregation of hills and snowy crags, and opened our bosoms with renewed spirits to the icy biz, which even at midsummer used to come from the northern glacier laden with cold. And yet how could we nourish expectation of relief? Like our native England and the vast extent of fertile France, this mountain-embowered land, was desolate of its inhabitants. Nor bleak mountain-top, nor snow-nourished rivulet, not the ice-laden biz, nor thunder, the tamer of contagion, had preserved them. Why therefore should we claim exemption? What indeed was there left to say? What troop had we brought fit to stand at bay and combat the conqueror? We were a failing remnant, tamed to mere submission by the coming blow. A train half dead through fear of death, a hopeless, unresisting, almost reckless crew, which in the tossed bark of life had given up all pilotage and resigned themselves to the destructive force of ungoverned winds. Sorry, I almost lost my place there. Like a few furrows of unreaped corn, which left standing on a wide field after the rest is gathered to the garner, are swiftly borne down by the winter's storm, like a few straggling swallows, which had remaining after their fellows on the first unkind breath of passing autumn, migrated to genial climes, were struck to earth by the first frost of November. Like a stray sheep that wanders over the sleet-beaten hillside, while the flock is in the pen and dies before morning dawn, like a cloud, like one of many that were spread in an impenetrable woof across the sky, which, when the shepherd north has driven its companions to drink at Dipodian noon, fades and dissolves in the clear ether. Such were we. We left the fair margin of the beauteous lake of Geneva and entered the Alpine ravines, tracing to its source the brawling Arve, through the rock-bound valley of Servox, beside the mighty waterfalls, and under the shadow of inaccessible mountains, we traveled on, while the luxuriant walnut tree gave place to the dark pine, whose musical branches swung in the wind, and whose upright forms had braved 1,000 storms, till the verdant sod, the flowery dell, and the shrubbery hill were exchanged for the sky-piercing, untrodden, seedless rock, the bones of the world, waiting to be clothed with everything necessary to give life and beauty. Strange that we should seek shelter here. Surely, if in those countries where earth was wont, like a tender mother to nourish her children, we found her a destroyer, we need not seek it here, where, stricken by keen penury, she seems to shudder through her stony veins. Nor were we mistaken in our conjecture. We vainly sought the vast and ever-moving glaciers of Chamonix, rifts of pendant ice, seas of congelated waters, the leafless groves of tempest-battered pines, dells, mere paths for the loud avalanche, and hilltops, the resort of thunderstorms. Pestilence reigned paramount even here. By the time that day and night, like twin sisters of equal growth, shared equally their dominion over the hours, one by one, beneath the ice caves, beside the water springing from the thawed snows of 1,000 winters, another and yet another of the remnant of the race of man closed their eyes forever to the light. And yet we were not quite wrong in seeking a scene like this, whereon close to the drama, nature, true to the last, consoled us in the very heart of misery. Sublime grandeur of outward objects soothed our hapless hearts, and were in harmony with our desolation. Many arrows have befallen man during his checkered course, and many a woe-stricken mourner has found himself sole survivor among many. Our misery took its majestic shape and coloring from the vast ruin that accompanied and made one with it. Thus on lovely earth many a dark ravine contains a brawling stream, shadowed by romantic rocks, threaded by mossy paths, but all except this wanted the mighty background, the towering Alps, whose snowy capes or bared ridges lifted us from our dull mortal abode to the palaces of nature's own. This solemn harmony of event and situation regulated our feelings, and gave, as it were, fitting costume to our last act. Majestic gloom and tragic pomp attended the decrease of wretched humanity. The funeral procession of monarchs old was transcended by our splendid shows. Near the sources of the Aveyron, we performed the rites for four only accepted, the last of the species. Adrian and I, leaving Clara and Evelyn, wrapped in peaceful, unobserving slumber, carried the body to this desolate spot, and placed it in those caves of ice beneath the glacier, which rive and split with the slightest sound, and bring destruction on those within the clefts. No bird or beast of prey could here profane the frozen forms. And so, with hushed steps and in silence, we placed the dead on a bier of ice, and then, departing, stood on the rocky platform beside the silver springs. All hushed as we had been, the very striking of air with our persons had sufficed to disturb the repose of this thawless region. And we had hardly left the cavern before vast blocks of ice, detaching themselves from the roof, fell and covered the human image that we had deposited within. We had chosen a fair moonlight night, but our journey thither had been long, and the crescent sank behind the western heights by the time we had accomplished our purpose. The snowy mountains and blue glaciers shone in their own light. The rugged and abrupt ravine which formed one side of Mount Enver was opposite to us, the glacier at our side, at our feet our Aveyron, white and foaming, dashed over the pointed rocks that jutted into it, and with whirring spray and ceaseless roar disturbed the stilly night. Yellow lightnings played around the vast dome of Mont Blanc, silent as the snow-cloud rock they illuminated. All was bare, wild, and sublime, while the singing of the pines and melodious murmurings added a gentle interest to the rough magnificence. Now the riving and fall of icy rocks claved the air. Now the thunder of the avalanche burst on our ears. In countries whose features are of less magnitude, nature bestrays her living powers in the foliage of the trees, in the growth of herbage, in the soft purling of the meandering stream. Here, endowed with giant attributes, the torrent, the thunderstorm, and the flow of massive waters display her activity. Such the churchyard, such the requiem, such the eternal congregation that waited on our companion's funeral. Nor was it the human form alone which we had placed in this eternal sepulchre, whose obsequies we now celebrated. With this last victim, plague vanished from the earth. Death had never wanted weapons wherewith to destroy life, and we, few and weak as we'd become, were still exposed to every other shaft with which his full quiver teemed, but pestilence was absent from among them. For 7 years it had full sway upon the earth. She had trod every nook of our spacious globe. She had mingled with the atmosphere, which, as a cloak, enwraps all our fellow creatures. The inhabitants of native Europe, the luxurious Asiatic, the swarthy African, and free American had been vanquished, had been vanished and destroyed by her. Her barbarous tyranny came to its close here, in the rocky vale of Chamonix. Still recurring scenes of misery and pain, the fruits of this distemper made no more a part of our lives. The word plague no longer rung in our ears. The aspect of plague incarnate in the human countenance no longer appeared before our eyes. From this moment, I saw plague no more. She abdicated her throne and despoiled herself of her imperial scepter among the ice rocks that surrounded us. She left solitude and silence co-heirs of her kingdom. My present feelings are so mingled with the past that I cannot say whether the knowledge of this change visited us as we stood on this sterile spot. It seems to me that it did. A cloud seemed to pass from over us. A weight was taken from the air. Henceforth we breathed more freely and raised our heads with some portion of former liberty. And yet we did not hope. We were impressed by the sentiment that our race was run, but that plague would not be our destroyer. The coming time was as a mighty river down which a charmed boat is driven, whose mortal steersman knows that the obvious peril is not the one he needs fear, yet that the danger is nigh, and who floats awestruck under beetling crevices, through the dark and turbid waters, seeing in the distance yet stranger and ruder shapes, towards which he is irresistibly impelled. What would become of us? Oh, for some Delphic oral or Pythian maid to utter the secrets of futurity! Oh, for some Oedipus to solve the riddle of our cruel Sphinx! Such Oedipus was I to be, not divining a word's juggle, but whose agonizing pains and sorrow-tainted life were the engines wherewith to bear the secrets of destiny and reveal the meaning of the enigma whose explanation closed the history of the human race. Dim fancies akin to these haunted our minds, and instilled feelings not unallied to pleasure, as we stood beside the silent tomb of nature, reared by those lifeless mountains, above her living veins, choking her vital principle. "Thus we are left," said Adrian, "two melancholy blasted trees where once a forest waved. We're left to mourn and pine and die, and yet even now we have our duties, which we must string ourselves to fulfill. The duty of bestowing pleasure where we can, and by the force of love, irradiating with rainbow hues the tempest of grief. Nor will I repine in this extremity. We preserve what we now possess. Something tells me, Verney, that we need no longer dread our cruel enemy, and I cling with delight to the oracular voice. Though strange, it'll be sweet to mark the growth of your little boy and the development of Clara's young heart. In the midst of a desert world, we are everything to them, and if we live, it must be our task to make this new mode of life happy to them. At present this is easy, for their childish ideas do not wander into futurity, and the stinging craving for sympathy, and all of love which our nature is susceptible is not yet awake within them. We cannot guess what will happen then, when nature asserts her indefeasible and sacred powers. But long before that time we may all be cold, as he who lies in yonder tomb of ice. We need only provide for the present, and endeavor to fill with pleasant images the inexperienced fancy of your lovely niece. The scenes which now surround us, vast and sublime as they are not such as can best contribute to this work. Nature is here like our fortunes, grand but too destructive, bare and rude to be able to afford delight to her young imagination. Let us descend to the sunny plains of Italy. Winter will soon be here to clothe this wilderness in double desolation, but we will cross the bleak hilltops and lead her to scenes of fertility and beauty, where her path will be adorned with flowers, and the cheery atmosphere inspire pleasure and hope. In pursuance of this plan, we quitted Chamonix on the following day. We had no cause to hasten our steps. No event was transacted beyond our actual sphere to enchain our resolves, so we yielded to every idle whim and deemed our time well spent, when we could behold the passage of the hour without dismay. We loitered along the lovely vale of Cerveau, passed long hours on the bridge which, crossing the ravine of Arve, commands the respect of its pine-clothed depths and the snowy mountains that wall it in. We rambled through romantic Switzerland, till fear of coming winter leading us forward, the first days of October found us in the valley of La Marianne, which leads to Signy. I cannot explain the reluctance we felt at leaving this land of the mountains. Perhaps it was that we regarded the Alps as boundaries between our former and our future state of existence, and clung so fondly to what of old we had loved. Perhaps because we had made so few impulses urging to a choice between two modes of actions, we were pleased to preserve the existence of one, and preferred the prospect of what we were to do to the recollection of what had been done. We felt that for this year danger was past, and we believed that for some months we were secured to each other. There was a thrilling, agonizing delight in the thought. It filled the eyes with misty tears, it tore the heart with tumultuous heavings. Frailer than the snowfall on the river were we each and all, but we strove to give life and individuality to the meteoric course of our several existences, and to feel that no moment escaped us unenjoyed. Thus, tottering on the dizzy brink, we were happy. Yes, as we sat beneath the toppling rocks, beside the waterfalls, near forests as ancient as the hills, and folding sunny spots of greenery where the chamois graze, and the timid squirrel laid up its hoard, descanting on the charms of nature, drinking in the while, her unalienable beauties, we were in an empty world, happy. Yet, O days of joy, days when eye spoke to eye in voices sweeter than the music of swinging branches of the pines, or rivulet's gentle murmur answered mine. Yet, O days replete with beatitude, days of loved society, days unutterably dear to me, forlorn, pass, oh pass before me, making me in your memory forget what I am. Behold how my streaming eyes blot this senseless paper. Behold how my features are convulsed by agonizing throes, at your mere recollection, now that alone my tears flow, my lips quiver, my cries fill the air, unseen, unmarked, unheard. Yet, oh yet, days of delight, let me dwell on your long-drawn hours. As the cold increased upon us, we passed the Alps and descended into Italy. At the uprising of the morn, we sat at our repast, and cheated our regrets by gay sallies or learned disquisitions. The livelong day we sauntered on, still keeping in view the end of our journey, but careless of the hour of its completion. As the evening star shone out, and the orange sunset far in the west marked the position of the dear land we'd forever left, talk, thought, and chaining made the hours fly. Oh, that we had lived thus forever and ever! Of what consequence was it to our 4 hearts that they alone were the fountains of life in the wide world? As far as mere individual sentiment was concerned, we had rather be left thus united together, than if, each alone in a populous desert of unknown men, we had wandered truly companionless till life's last term. In this manner we endeavored to console each other. In this manner true philosophy taught us to reason. Sorry, I'm reading around a cat right now, for those of you who can't see the screen. It was the delight of Adrian and myself to wait on Clara, naming her little queen of the world, ourselves her humblest servitors. When we arrived at a town, our first care was to select for her its most choice abode, to make sure that no harrowing relic remained of its former inhabitants, to seek food for her and minister to her wants with assiduous tenderness. Clara entered into our scheme with childish gaiety. Her chief business was to attend on Evelyn, but it was her sport to array herself in splendid robes, adorn herself with sunny gems, and ape a princely state. Her religion, deep and pure, did not teach her to refuse to blunt. Thus the keen sting of regret, her youthful vivacity, made her enter, heart and soul, into these strange masquerades. We resolved to pass the ensuing winter at Milan, which, as a large and luxurious city, would afford us choice of homes. We had descended the Alps, and left far behind their vast forests and mighty crags, and we smiled entering Italy. Mingled grass and corn grew in her plains. The unpruned vines threw their luxuriant branches around the elms. The grapes, overripe, had fallen on the ground, or hung purple or burnished green among the red and yellow leaves. the ears of standing corn winnowed to emptiness by the spendthrift winds, the fallen foliage of the trees, the weed-grown brooks, the dusky olive now spotted with its blackened fruit, the chestnuts to which the squirrel was only the harvestman, all plenty and yet, alas, all poverty, painted in wondrous hues and fantastic groupings this land of beauty. In the towns, in the voiceless towns, we visited the churches, adorned by pictures, masterpieces of art, galleries of statues, while in this genial clime the animals, in their new-found liberty, rambled through the gorgeous palaces and hardly feared our forgotten aspect. The dove-colored oxen turned their full eyes on us and paced slowly by. A startling throng of silly sheep with pattering feet would start up in some chamber, formerly dedicated to the repose of beauty, and rush, huddling past us, down the marble staircase into the street, and again in the first open door, taking unrebuked possession of hallowed sanctuary or kingly council chamber. We no longer started at these occurrences, nor at worst exhibition of change, when the palace had become a mere tomb, pregnant with fetid stench, strewn with the dead. We could perceive how pestilence and fear had played strange antics, chasing the luxurious dame to the dank fields and bare cottage, gathering among carpets of Indian woof and beds of silk the rough peasant, or deformed half-human shape of a wretched beggar. We arrived at Milan and stationed ourselves in the viceroy's palace. Here we made laws for ourselves, dividing our day and fixing distinct occupations for each hour. In the morning we rode in the adjoining country, or wandered through the palaces in search of pictures or antiquities. In the evening we assembled to read or to converse. There were few books that we dared read, few that did not cruelly deface the painting that bestowed on our solitude by recalling combinations and emotions never more to be experienced by us. Metaphysical disquisition, fiction, which, wandering from all reality, lost itself in self-created errors, poets of times so far gone by that to read of them was as to read of Atlantis or Utopia, or such as referred to nature only, and the workings of one particular mind, but most of all talk, varied and ever new, beguiled our hours. While we paused thus in our onward career towards death, time held on its accustomed course. Still and forever did the earth roll on, enthroned in her atmospheric car, speeded by the force of invisible coursers of never-erring necessity. And now this dewdrop in the sky, this ball, ponderous with mountains, lucent with waves, passing from the short tyranny of watery Pisces and the frigid ram, entered the radiant demesne of Taurus and the twins. There, fanned by vernal airs, the spirit of beauty sprung from her cold repose, and with winnowing wings and soft pacing feet, set a girdle of verdure around the earth, sporting among the violets, hiding within the springing foliage of the trees, tripping lightly down the radiant streams into the sunny deep. For lo, winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig tree putteth forth green figs, and the vines with a tender grape give a good smell. Thus was it in the time of the ancient regal poet, and thus it was now. Yet how could we miserable hail the approach of this delightful season? We hoped indeed that death did not, as now heretofore, walk in its shadow, and yet, left as we were, alone to each other, we looked in each other's faces with inquiring eyes, not daring altogether to trust our presentiments, and endeavoring to divine which would be the hapless survivor to the other three. We were to pass the summer at the Lake of Como, and thither we removed as soon as spring grew to her maturity, and the snow disappeared from the hilltops. 10 miles from Como, under the steep heights of the eastern mountains, by the margin of the lake, was a villa called the Pliniana. Magnus, Kitty, leave the paint. Oh no, you can't be scratching the walls. Dig at the floor all you like. I put a lot of work into this paint. You gotta leave it be. Excuse me, I have a little pants. A villa called the Pliniana, from its being built on the side of a fountain, whose periodical ebb and flow is described by the younger Pliny in his letters. The house had nearly fallen into ruin until in the year 2090 an English nobleman had bought it and fitted it up with every luxury. 2 large halls, hung with splendid tapestry and paved with marble, opened on each side of a court, of whose 2 other sides overlooked the deep dark lake, and the other was bounded by a fountain, from whose stony side gushed, with roar and splash, the celebrated fountain. Above, underwood of myrtle and tufts of odorous plants crowned the rock, while the star-pointing giant cypresses reared themselves in the blue air, and the recesses of the hills were adorned with a luxuriant growth of chestnut trees. Here we fixed our summer. Residence. Come here. Come here. Come here. He's like, no. I've been causing problems. It's true. You have been causing problems. The internet would like to see you for your problems, sir. Oh! Look at this little problems man. Delaying our wonderful reading with his little problems. The world gets to see your beans. Because you've been a bad boy. It's true. It's like, no. No. The whole internet. It's true. The whole internet. Here. Try some of those problems off the tops. There's some allowed problems over there you could go cause. So he's like, nope. Nope. Unallowed problems only. One more time. Here. Let me turn on the warm blanket for you. How did that sound? Give you somewhere warm to lay your little kitty head. How does that sound? We shall see if that assuades his need for problems. Summer residence. That's where we were. We had a lovely skiff in which we now sailed, now stemming the midmost waves, now coasting the overhanging and craggy banks, thick sown with evergreens, which dipped their shining leaves in the waters, and were myriad. Excuse my hiccups. Oh, no. Were mirrored in a little bay and creek of waters of translucent darkness. Here orange plants bloomed, here birds poured forth melodious hymns, and here, during spring, the cold snake emerged from the clefts and basked on the sunny terraces of rock. Okay, we'll see if that holds off the hiccups. Were we not happy in this paradisical retreat? If some kind spirit had whispered forgetfulness to us, methinks we should have been happy here, where the precipitous mountains, nearly pathless, shut from our view the far fields of desolate earth, and with small exertion of the imagination we might fancy that the cities were still resonant with the popular hum, and that the peasant still guided his plough through the furrow, and that we, the world's free denizens, enjoyed a voluntary exile, and not a remediless cutting off from our extinct species. Not one among us enjoyed the beauty of this scenery so much as Clara. Before we quitted Milan, a change had taken place in her habits and manners. She lost her gaiety, she laid aside her sports, and assumed an almost vestal plainness of attire. She shunned us, retiring with Evelyn to some distant chamber or silent nook. Nor did she enter into his pastimes with the same zest as she was wont, but she would sit and watch him with sadly tender smiles, and eyes bright with tears, yet without a word of complaint. She approached us timidly, avoided our caresses, nor shook off her embarrassment, until some serious discussion or lofty theme called her out for a while out of herself. Her beauty grew as a rose, which, opening to the summer wind, discloses leaf after leaf. Oh, sorry. Magnus is trying to cause problems off screen. Where was I? Leaf after leaf. Beauty grew as a rose, which, opening to the summer wind, discloses leaf after leaf, till the sense aches with the excess of its loveliness. A slight and variable color tinged her cheeks, and her motions seemed attuned by some hidden harmony of surpassing sweetness. We redoubled our tenderness and earnest attentions, and she received them with grateful smiles that fled swift as a sunny beam from a glittering wave on an April day. Our only acknowledged point of sympathy with her appeared to be Evelyn. This dear little fellow was a comforter and delight to us beyond all words. His buoyant spirit and his innocent ignorance of our vast calamity were balm to us, whose thoughts and feelings were overwrought and spun out in the immensity of speculative sorrow. To cherish, to caress, to amuse him was the common task of all. Clara, who felt towards him in some degree like a young mother, gratefully acknowledged our kindness towards him. To me, who saw the clear brows and soft eyes of the beloved of my heart, my lost and ever dear Idris, reborn in his gentle face, to me he was dear even to pain. If I pressed him to my heart, methought I clasped a real and living part of her, who had lain there through long years of youthful happiness. It was the custom of Adrian and myself to go out each day in our skiff to forage in the adjacent country. In these expeditions we were seldom accompanied by Clara or her little charge, but our return was an hour of hilarity. Evelyn ransacked our stores with childish eagerness, and we always brought some new-found gift for our fair companion. Then, too, we made discoveries of lovely scenes, of gay palaces, whither in the evening we all proceeded. Our sailing expeditions were most divine, and with a fair wind or traverse course we cut the liquid waves. And if talk failed under the pressure of thought, I had my clarinet with me, which awoke the echoes and gave the change to our careful minds. Clara, at such times, often returned to her former habits of free converse and gay sally, and though our 4 hearts alone beat in the world, those 4 hearts were happy. One day, on our return from the town of Como with a laden boat, we expected as usual to be met at the port by Clara and Evelyn, and were somewhat surprised to see the beach vacant. I, as my nature prompted, would not prognosticate evil, but explained it away as a mere casual incident. Not so Adrian. He was seized with sudden trembling and apprehension, and he called to me with vehemence to steer quickly for land, and when near, leapt from the boat. Half falling into the water, and scrambling up the steep bank, hastened along by the narrow strip of garden, the only level space between the lake and the mountain. I followed without delay. The garden and inner court were empty. So was the house, whose every room we visited. Adrian called loudly upon Clara's name, and was about to rush up the near mountain path when the door of a summer house at the end of the garden slowly opened, and Clara appeared, not advancing towards us, but leaning against the column of the building, with blanched cheeks, in a posture of utter despondency. Adrian sprang towards her with a cry of joy and folded her delightedly in his arms. She withdrew from his embrace, and without a word again entered the summer house. Her quivering lips, her despairing heart, refused to afford her little voice to express our misfortune. Poor little Evelyn had, while playing with her, been seized with a sudden fever, and now lay torpid and speechless on a little couch in the summer house. For a whole fortnight we unceasingly watched beside the poor child, as his life declined from under the ravages of a virulent typhus. His little form and tiny lineaments encaged the embryo of the world-spanning mind of man. Man's nature, brimful of passions and affections, would have had a home in that little heart, whose swift pulsations hurried toward their close. His small hands' fine mechanism, now flaccid and unbent, would in the growth of sinew and muscle have achieved works of beauty or of strength. His tender, rosy feet would have trod in firm manhood the bowers and glades of earth. But these reflections were now of little use. He lay thought and strength suspended, waiting unresisting the final blow. We watched at his bedside, and when the access of the fever was on him, we neither spoke nor looked at each other, marking only his obstructed breath and the mortal glow that tinged his sudden cheek. the heavy death that weighed on his eyelids. It's a trite evasion to say that words could not express our long-drawn agony. Yet how can words image sensations whose tormenting keenness throw us back, as it were, on the deep roots and hidden foundations of our nature, which shake our being with earthquake throe, so that we leave to confide in accustomed feelings which, like Mother Earth, support us, and cling to some vain imagination or deceitful hope, which will soon be buried in the ruins occasioned by the final shock. I've called that period a fortnight, which we watched passing the change of the sweet child's malady, and such it might have been. At night we wondered to find another day gone, while each particular hour seemed endless. Day and night were exchanged for one another uncounted. We slept hardly at all, nor did we even quit his room, except when a pang of grief seized us, and we retired from each other for a short period to conceal our sobs and tears. We endeavored in vain to abstract Clara from this deplorable scene. She sat, hour after hour, looking at him, now softly arranging his pillow, and while he had the power to swallow, administered his drink. At length the moment of his death came. The blood paused in its flow. His eyes opened and then closed again. Without convulsion or sigh, the frail tenement was left, vacant of its spiritual inhabitant. I've heard that the sight of the dead has confirmed materialists in their belief. I ever felt otherwise. Was that my child, that moveless, decaying inanimation? My child was enraptured by my caresses. His dear voice, clothed with meaning, articulates his thoughts, otherwise inaccessible. His smile was a ray of the soul. The same soul sat upon its throne in his eyes. I turned from this mockery of what he was. Take, O earth, my debt. Freely and forever did I consign to thee the garb thou didst afford. But thou, sweet child, amenable and beloved boy, either thy spirit has sought a fitter dwelling, or shrined in my heart thou livest while it lives. We placed his remains under a cypress, the upright mountain being scooped out to receive them. And then Clara said, "If you wish me to live, take me from hence. There's something in the scene of transcendent beauty in those trees, hills, and waves that forever whisper to me, leave that cumbrous flesh and make a part of us. I earnestly entreat you to take me away." And so, on the 15th of August, we bade adieu to our villa, and the embowering shades of this abode of our beauty. To calm bay and noisy waterfall, to Evelyn's little grave we bade farewell, and then with heavy hearts we departed on our pilgrimage to Rome. Ooh, that's kind of neat. One of the mentioned excerpts was an excerpt from the author's letters from her time in Norway. That's fascinating. Obviously, I'm not going to go dig up Mary Shelley's letters from Norway and read them on here. They would be unutterably dry. But I may dig them up on my own, because that's kind of neat. And I think it would lend a fascinating insight to the day-to-day life of this author, who, even though this book took a hard left into something I wasn't expecting, really is telling a fantastic tale here. Oh, chapter 9. We still have 2 chapters left? I can make it. It's fine. I'll just drink myself some water. Chapter 9. Now, soft a while, have I arrived so near the end? Yes, it's all over now. A step or two over these new-made graves, and the wearisome way is done. Can I accomplish my task? Can I streak my paper with words capacious of the grand conclusion? Arise, black melancholy, quit thy Cimmerian solitude. Bring with thee murky fogs from hell, which may drink up the day. Bring blight and pestiferous exhalations, which, entering the hollow caverns and breathing places of earth, may fill her stony veins with corruption, so that not only herbage may no longer flourish, the trees may rot, and the rivers run with gall, but the everlasting mountains be decomposed, and the mighty deep putrefy, and the genial atmosphere, which clips the globe, lose all powers of generation and sustenance. Do this, sad-visaged power, while I write, while eyes read these pages. And who will read them? Beware, tender offspring of the reborn world. Beware, fair being with human heart. yet untamed by care, and human brow yet unploughed by time. Beware, lest the cheerful current of thy blood be checked, thy golden locks turn grey, thy sweet dimpling smiles be changed to fixed harsh wrinkles. Let not day look on these lines, lest garish day waste, turn pale and die. Seek a cypress grove whose moaning boughs will be harmony befitting. Seek some cave deep embowered in earth's dark entrails, where no light will penetrate, save which struggles red and flickering through a single fissure, staining thy page with grimmest livery of death. There's a painful confusion in my brain which refuses to delineate distinctly succeeding events. Sometimes the irradiation of my friend's gentle smile comes before me, and methinks its light spans and fills eternity, and then again I feel the gasping throes. We quitted Como, and in compliance with Adrian's earnest desire, we took Venice in our way to Rome. There was something to the English peculiarly attractive in the idea of this wave-encircled island-enthroned city. Adrian had never seen it. We went down the Po and the Brenta in a boat, and the days proving intolerably hot, we rested in the bordering palaces during the day, travelling through the night, when darkness made the bordering banks indistinct and our solitude less remarkable. When the wandering moon lit the waves that divided before our prow, and the night wind filled our sails, and the murmuring stream, waving trees, and swelling canvas accorded in a harmonious strain. Clara, long overcome by her excessive grief, had to a great degree cast aside her timid cold reserve, and received our attentions with grateful tenderness. While Adrian, with poetic fervour, discoursed of the glorious nations of the dead, of the beauteous earth, and the fate of man, she crept near him, drinking in his speech with silent pleasure. We banished from our talk, and as much pleasure from our thoughts, the knowledge of our desolation, rather. And it would be incredible to an inhabitant of cities, to one among a busy throng, to what extent we succeeded. It was as a man confined in a dungeon, whose small and grated rift at first tenders the doubtful light more sensibly obscure, till the visual orb, having drunk in the beam, and adapted itself to his scantiness, he finds that clear noon inhabits his cell. So we, a simple triad on this empty earth, were multiplied to each other till we became all in all. We stood like trees whose roots are loosened by the wind, which support one another, leaning and clinging with increased fervour, while the wintry storms howl. Thus we floated down the widening stream of the Po, sleeping when the cicalas sang, awake with the stars. We entered the narrower banks of the Brenta, and arrived at the shore of the Laguna at sunrise on the 6th of September. The bright orb slowly rose from behind its cupolas and towers, and shed its penetrating light upon the glassy waters. Wrecks of gondolas, and some few uninjured ones, were strewn on the beach at Fusina. We embarked in one of these for the widowed daughter of the ocean, who, abandoned and fallen, sat forlorn on her propping isles, looking toward the far mountains of the Greeks. We rowed lightly over the Laguna, and entered Canal Grande. The tide ebbed sullenly from out the broken portals and violated halls of Venice. Seaweed and sea monsters were left on the blackened marble, while the salt ooze defaced the matchless works of art that adorned their walls, and the seagull flew out from the shattered window. In the midst of this appalling ruin of the monuments of man's power, nature asserted her ascendancy, and shone more beauteous from the contrast. The radiant waters hardly trembled, while the rippling waves made many-sided mirrors to the sun. The blue immensity, seen beyond Lido, stretched far, unspeckled by boat, so tranquil, so lovely, that it seemed to invite us to quit the land strewn with ruins, and seek refuge from our sorrow and our fear on its placid extent. We saw the ruins of this hapless city from the height of the tower of San Marco, immediately under us, and turned with sickening hearts to the sea, which, though it be a grave, rears no monument, discloses no ruin. Evening had come apace. The sun set in calm majesty behind the misty summits of the Apennines, and its golden and roseate hues painted the mountains of the opposite shore. "That land," said Adrian, "tinged with the last glories of day, is Greece. Greece! The sound had a responsive chord in the bosom of Clara. She vehemently reminded us that we had promised her to take her once again to Greece, to the tomb of her parents. Why go to Rome? What should we do at Rome? We might take one of the many vessels to be found here, embark in it, and steer right for Albania. I objected to the dangers of the ocean, and the distance of the mountains we saw from Athens, a distance which, from the savage uncultivation of the country, was almost impassable. Adrian, who was delighted with Clara's proposal, obviated these objections. The season was favorable. The northwest blew should take us traversely across the Gulf, and then we might find in some abandoned port a light Greek cake. Cake? I have no idea how to say that. A boat, adapted for such navigation, and run down the coast of Morea, and passing over the Isthmus of Corinth, without much land traveling or fatigue, find ourselves at Athens. This appeared to me wild talk, but the sea, glowing with 1,000 purple hues, looked so brilliant and safe. My beloved companions were so earnest, so determined, that when Adrian said, "Well, though it is not exactly what you wish, yet consent to please me," I could no longer refuse. That evening we selected a vessel whose size seemed just fitted for our enterprise. We bent the sails and put the rigging in order, and reposing that night in one of the city's 1,000 palaces, agreed to embark at sunrise the following morning. When winds that move not its calm surface sweep the azure sea, I love the land no more. The smiles of the serene and tranquil deep tempt my unquiet mind. Thus said Adrian, quoting a translation of Moschus's poem, as in the clear morning light we rode over the laguna, past Lido into the open sea. I would have added in continuation, but when the roar of ocean's grey abyss resounds, and foam gathers upon the sea, and vast waves burst. But my friends declared that such verses were evil augury. So in cheerful mood we left the shallow waters, and when out at sea unfurled our sails to catch the favourable breeze. The laughing morning air filled them, while sunlight bathed earth, sky, and ocean. The placid waves divided to receive our keel, and playfully kissed the dark sides of our little skiff, murmuring a welcome. As land receded, still the blue expanse, most waveless, twin sister the azure empyrean, afforded smooth conduct to our bark. As the air and waters were tranquil and balmy, so were our minds steeped in quiet. In comparison with the unstained deep, funereal earth appeared a grave. Its high rocks, stately mountains were but monuments, trees the plumes of a hearse, the brooks and rivers brackish with tears for departed man. Farewell to desolate towns, to fields with their savage intermixture of corn and weeds, to ever-multiplying relics of our lost species. Ocean, we commit ourselves to thee. Even as the patriarch of old floated above the drowned world, let us be saved, as we betake ourselves to thy perennial flood. Adrian sat at the helm. I attended to the rigging. The breeze, right aft, filled our swelling canvas, and we ran before it over the untroubled deep. The wind died away at noon. Its idle breath just permitted us to hold our course. As lazy, fair-weather sailors, careless of the coming hour, we talked gaily of our coasting voyage, of our arrival at Athens. We'd make our home in one of the Cyclades, and there in myrtle groves, amidst perpetual spring, fanned by the wholesome sea breezes, we'd live long years in beatific union. In beatific union? There we go. I pronounced one of the syllables in that word wrong. Was there such a thing as death in the world? The sun passed its zenith, and lingered down the same stainless floor of heaven. Lying in the boat, my face turned up to the sky, I thought I saw on its blue-white marbled streaks so slight, so immaterial, that now I said, they are there, and now it is a pure imagination. A sudden fear stung me while I gazed, and starting up, running to the prow, as I stood, my hair was gently lifted on my brow. A dark line of ripples appeared to the east, gaining rapidly on us. My breathless remark to Adrian was followed by the flapping of the canvas, as the adverse wind struck it, and our boat lurched. Swift as speech, the web of the storm thickened overhead. The sun went down red, and the dark sea was encased with foam. Our skiff rose and fell in its increasing furrows. Behold us now in our frail tenement, hemmed in by hungry roaring waves, buffeted by winds. In the inky east 2 vast clouds, sailing contrary ways, met. And the lightning leapt forth, and the hoarse thunder muttered. Again in the south the clouds replied, and the forked stream of fire, running along the black sky, showed us the appalling piles of clouds, now met and obliterated by the heaving waves. Great God! And we alone, we 3 alone, alone, sole dwellers on the sea and its earth, we 3 must perish. The vast universe, its myriad worlds, and the plains of boundless earth which we'd left, the extent of shoreless sea around, contracted to my view. They and all that they contained shrunk up to one point, even to our tossing bark freighted with glorious humanity. A convulsion of despair crossed the love-beaming face of Adrian, while with set teeth he murmured, "Yet they shall be saved." Clara, visited by a human pang, pale and trembling, crept near him. He looked on her with an encouraging smile. "Do you fear, sweet girl? Oh, do not fear. We'll soon be on shore." The darkness prevented me from seeing the changes of her countenance, but her voice was clear and sweet as she replied, "Why should I fear? Neither sea nor storm can harm us if mighty destiny or the ruler of destiny does not permit. And then the stinging fear of surviving either of you, one not here, one death will clasp us undivided." Meanwhile, we took in all our sails, save a gib, and as soon as we might without danger, changed our course, running with the wind for the Italian shore. Dark night mixed everything. We hardly discerned the white crest of the murderous surges, except when lightning made brief noon and drank the darkness, showing us our danger, and restoring us to double night. We were all silent, except when Adrian, as a steersman, made an encouraging observation. Our little shell obeyed the rudder miraculously well, and ran along the top of the waves, as if she'd been an offspring of the sea, and the angry mother sheltered her endangered child. I sat at the prow, watching our course, when suddenly I heard the waters break with redoubled fury. We were certainly near the shore. At the same time I cried, "About there!" and a broad lightning filling the concave showed us for one moment the level beach ahead, disclosing the even sands and stunted, ooze-sprinkled beds of reeds that grew at high water mark. Again it was dark, and we drew in our breath with such content as one may, who, while fragments of volcano-hurled rock darken the air, see a vast mass ploughing the ground immediately at his feet. What to do we knew not. The breakers here, there, everywhere they encompassed us, roaring and dashed and flung their hated spray in our faces. With considerable difficulty and danger, we succeeded at length in altering our course and stretched out from shore. I urged my companions to prepare for the wreck of our little skiff, and to bind themselves to some oar or spar which might suffice to float them. I myself was an excellent swimmer. The very sight of the sea was wont to raise me in such sensations, as a huntsman experiences when he hears a pack of hounds in full cry. I loved to feel the waves wrap me and strive to overpower me, while I, lord of myself, moved this way or that in spite of their angry buffetings. Adrian could also swim, but the weakness of his frame prevented him from feeling pleasure in the exercise or acquiring any great expertness. Now that's relatable. I was just going to say, I love to swim, but I have the constitution of a fragile orchid, so it has to all be in pools and lakes, lest a current come by and dunk on me and leave me out in the ocean. You know. What power could the strongest swimmer oppose to the overpowering violence of the ocean and its fury? My efforts to prepare my companions were rendered nearly futile, for the roaring breakers prevented our hearing one another speak, and the waves that broke continually over our boat obliged me to exert all my strength in lading the water out, as fast as it came in. The wild darkness, palpable and rayless, hemmed us round, dissipated only by the lightning. Sometimes we beheld thunderbolts, fiery red, fall into the sea, and at intervals vast spouts stooped from the clouds, churning the wild ocean which rose to meet them, while the fierce gale bore the wrack onwards, and they were lost in the chaotic mingling of sky and sea. Our gunwales had been torn away, our single sail had been rent to ribbons, and borne down the stream of the wind. We had cut away our mast, and lightened the boat of all she contained. Clara attempted to assist me in heaving the water from the hold, and as she turned her eyes to look on the lightning, I could discern by that momentary gleam that resignation had conquered every fear. We have a power given us in any worst extremity, which props the else feeble mind of man, and enables us to endure the most savage tortures with a stillness of soul, in which hours of happiness we could not have imagined. A calm more dreadful in truth than the tempest allayed the wild beatings of my heart, calm like that of the gamester, the suicide, the murderer, when the last die is on the point of being cast, while the poison cup is at the lips, as the death blow is about to be given. Hours passed thus, hours which might write old age on the face of beardless youth, and grizzle the silky hair of infancy, hours while the chaotic uproar continued, while each dread gust transcended in fury the one before, and our skiff hung on the breaking wave, and then rushed into the valley below, and trembled, and spun between the watery precipices that seemed most to meet her. For a moment the gale paused, and the ocean sank into comparative silence. It was a breathless interval. The wind, which as a practised leaper had gathered itself up before it sprung, now with terrific roar rushed over the sea, and the waves struck our stern. Adrian exclaimed that the rudder was gone. "We're lost!" cried Clara. "Save yourself! Save yourselves!" The lightning showed me the poor girl half buried in water at the bottom of the boat. As she was sinking in it, Adrian caught her up and sustained her in his arms. We were without a rudder. We rushed prow foremost, and the vast billows piled up ahead. They broke over and filled the tiny skiff. One scream I heard, one cry that we were gone I uttered. I found myself in the water's darkness around. When the light of the tempest flashed, I saw the keel of our upset boat close to me, and I clung to this, grasping it with clenched hand and nails, while I endeavored during each flash to discover any appearance of my companions. I thought I saw Adrian at no great distance from me, clinging to an oar. I sprung from my hold, and with energy beyond my human strength, I dashed aside the waters as I strove to lay hold of him. As that hope failed, incentive love of life animated me, and feelings of contention, as if a hostile will combated with mine. I breasted the surges and flung them from me as I would the opposing front and sharpened claws of a lion about to enfang my bosom. When I had been beaten down by one wave, I rose on another, while I felt bitter pride curl my lip. Ever since the storm had carried us near the shore, we'd never attained any great distance from it. With every flash I saw the bordering coast, and yet the progress I made was small, while each wave as it receded carried me back into the ocean's far abysses. At one moment I felt my foot touch the sand, and then again I was in deep water. My arms began to lose their power of motion. My breath failed me under the influence of the strangling waters. 1,000 wild and delirious thoughts crossed me. As well as I can now recall them, my chief feeling was how sweet it would be to lay my head on the quiet earth, where the surges would no longer strike my weakened frame, nor the sound of waters ring in my ears. To attain this repose, not to save my life, I made a last effort. The shelving shore suddenly presented a footing for me. I rose and was again thrown down by the breakers to a point of rock which I was enabled to cling gave me a moment's respite. And then, taking advantage of the ebbing of the waves, I ran forwards, gained the dry sands, and fell senseless on the oozy reeds that sprinkled them. I must have lain long deprived of life, for when first, with a sickening feeling, I unclosed my eyes, the light of morning met them. A great change had taken place meanwhile. Grey dawn dappled the flying clouds, which sped onwards, leaving visible at intervals vast lakes of pure ether. A fountain of light arose in an increasing stream from the east, behind the waves of the Adriatic, changing grey to a roseate hue, and then flooding sky and sea with aerial gold. A kind of stupor followed my fainting. My senses were alive, but my memory was extinct. The blessed respite was short. A snake lurked near me to sting me unto life. On the first retrospective emotion I would have started up, but my limbs refused to obey me. My knees trembled, the muscles had lost all power. I still believed that I might find one of my beloved companions, cast like me, half alive on the beach, and I strove in every way to restore my frame to the use of its animal functions. I wrung the brine from my hair, and the rays of the risen sun soon visited me with genial warmth. With the restoration of my bodily powers, my mind became in some degree aware of the universe of misery, henceforth to be its dwelling. I ran to the water's edge, calling on the beloved names. Ocean drank in and absorbed my feeble voice, replying with its pitiless roar. I climbed a near tree. The level sands bounded by a pine forest, and the sea flipped round by the horizon, was all that I could discern. In vain I extended my researches along the beach. The mast we'd thrown overboard with tangled cordage and remnants of a sail was the sole relic land received of our wreck. Sometimes I stood still and wrung my hands. I accursed earth and sky, the universal machine, and the almighty power that misdirected it. Again I threw myself on the sands, and the sighing wind, mimicking a human cry, roused me to bitter, fallacious hope. Assuredly, if any little bark or the smallest canoe had been near, I should have sought the savage plains of ocean, found the dear remains of my lost ones, and clinging round them, had shared their grave. The day passed thus, each moment contained by eternity, although when hour after hour had gone by, I wondered at the quick flight of time. Yet even now I had not drunk the bitter poison to the dregs. I was not persuaded by my loss. I did not yet feel in every pulsation, in every nerve, in every thought that I remained alone of my race, that I was the last man. What do you mean the chapter doesn't end there? That would have been the perfect line to end that chapter on. The day had clouded over, and a drizzling rain set in at sunset. Even the eternal skies weep, I thought. Is there any shame, then, that mortal man should spend himself in tears? I remembered the ancient fables in which human beings are described as dissolving away through weeping into ever-gushing fountains. So that it were, that my destiny would be in some sort akin to the watery death of Adrian and Clara. Oh, grief is fantastic. It weaves a web on which to trace the history of its woe from every form and change around. It incorporates itself with all living nature. It finds sustenance in every object. As light, it fills all things, and like light, it gives its own colors to all. I had wandered in my search to some distance from the spot which I had been cast, and came to one of those watchtowers which at stated distances line the Italian shore. I was glad of shelter, glad to find a work of human hands after I'd gazed so long on nature's drear barrenness. So I entered, and ascended the rough, winding staircase into the guard-room. So far was fate kind that no harrowing vestige remained of its former inhabitants. A few planks laid across two iron vessels, and strewn with the dried leaves of Indian corn was the bed presented to me. And an open chest, containing some half-mouldered biscuits, awakened an appetite, which perhaps existed before, but of which until now I wasn't aware. Thirst, also, violent and parching, the result of that sea-water I had drank, and of the exhaustion of my frame, tormented me. Kind nature had gifted the supply of these wants with pleasurable sensations, so that I, even I, was refreshed and calmed as I ate of this sorry fare, and drank a little of the sour wine which filled half a flask left in this abandoned dwelling. Then I stretched myself on the bed, not to be disdained by the victim of the shipwreck. The earthy smell of the dried leaves was balm to my senses after the hateful odor of seaweed. I forgot my state of loneliness. I neither looked backward nor forward. My senses were hushed to repose. I fell asleep and dreamed of all inland scenes, of haymakers, of the shepherd's whistle to his dog when he demanded his help to drive the flock to fold, of sights and sounds peculiar to my boyhood's mountain life, which I'd long forgotten. I awoke in a painful agony, for I fancied that the ocean, breaking its bounds, carried away the fixed continents and deep-rooted mountains, together with the streams I loved. The floods and the flocks, it raged around with that continued and dreadful roar which accompanied the last wreck of surviving humanity. As my waking sense returned, the bare walls of the guard-room closed round me, and the rain pattered against a single window. How dreadful it is to emerge from the oblivion of slumber, and to receive as good a morrow the mute wailing of one's own hapless heart. To return from the land of deceptive dreams to the heavy knowledge of unchanged disaster. Thus was it with me now and forever. The sting of other griefs might be blunted by time, and even mine yielded sometimes during the day, to the pleasure inspired by the imagination of the senses. But I never looked first upon the morning light, but with my fingers pressed tight on my bursting heart, and my soul deluged with the interminable flood of hopeless misery. Now I awoke for the first time in the dead world. I awoke alone. And the dull dirge of the sea, heard even amidst the rain, recalled me to the reflection of the wretch that I'd become. The sound came like a reproach, a scoff, like the sting of remorse in my soul, and I gasped. The veins and muscles of my throat swelled, suffocating. I put my fingers to my ears. I buried my head in the leaves of my couch. I would have died to the center to lose hearing of that hideous moan. But another task must be mine. Again I visited the detested beach. Again I vainly looked far and wide, and again I raised my unanswered cry, lifting up the only voice that could ever again force the mute air to syllable a human thought. What a pitiable, forlorn, disconsolate being I was! My very aspect and garb told the tale of my despair. My hair was matted and wild, my limbs soiled with salt ooze. While at sea, I'd thrown off those of my garments that had encumbered me, and the rain drenched the thin summer clothing I retained. My feet were bare, the stunted reeds and broken shells made them bleed. All the while I hurried to and fro, now looking earnestly on some distant rock which, islanded in the sands, bore, for a moment, a deceptive appearance, now with flashing eyes reproaching the murderous ocean for its unutterable cruelty. For a moment I compared myself to that monarch of the wastes, Robinson Crusoe. We'd been both thrown companionless. He on the shore of a desolate island, I on that of a desolate world. I was rich in the so-called goods of life. If I turned my steps from the near barren scene and entered any of the earth's million cities, I should find their wealth stored up for my accommodation. Clothes, food, books, a choice of dwelling beyond the command of princes of former times. Every climate was subject to my selection, while he was obliged to toil in the acquirement of every necessary, and was the inhabitant of a tropical island against whose heats and storms he could obtain small shelter. Viewing the question thus, who would not have preferred the sybarite enjoyments that I could command, the philosophic leisure and ample intellectual resources to his life of labor and peril? And yet he was far happier than I, for he could hope, not hope in vain. The destined vessel at last arrived to bear him to his countrymen and kindred, where the events of his solitude became a fireside tale. To none could I ever relate the story of my adversity. No hope had I. He knew that, beyond the ocean which begirt his lonely island, thousands lived with whom the sun enlightened when it shone also on him. Beneath the meridian sun and visiting moon, I alone bore human features. I alone could give articulation to thought, and when I slept, both day and night were unbeheld of any. He had fled from his fellows and was transported with terror at the print of a human foot. I would have knelt down and worshipped the same. The wild and cruel Caribbee, the merciless cannibal, or worse than these, the uncouth, the brute, the remorseless veteran in vices of civilization, would have been to be a beloved companion, a treasure dearly prized. His nature would be kin to mine, his form cast in the same mold. Human blood would flow in his veins, and human sympathy must link us forever. It cannot be that I shall never behold a fellow being more. Never, never, not in the course of years, shall I wake and speak to none, pass the eternal hours, my sole island in the world, a solitary point surrounded by vacuum. Will day follow day endlessly thus? No, no. God rules the world. Providence has not exchanged its golden scepter for an aspic's sting. Away. Let me fly from the ocean grave. Let me depart from this barren nook, paled in, as it is, from access by its own desolateness. Let me tread once again the paved towns, step over the threshold of man's dwellings, and most certainly I shall find this thought a horrible vision, a maddening but evanescent dream. I entered Ravenna, the town nearest to the spot whereon I'd been cast before the second sun had set on the empty world. I saw many living creatures, oxen, horses, dogs, but there was no man among them. I entered a cottage. It was vacant. I ascended the marble stairs of a palace. The bats and owls were nested in the tapestry. I stepped softly not to awaken the sleeping town. I rebuked a dog that by yelping disturbed the sacred stillness. I would not believe that all was as it seemed. The world was not dead, but I was mad. Deprived of sight, hearing, sense of touch, I was laboring under the force of a spell which permitted me to hold all sights of earth except its human inhabitants. They were pursuing their ordinary labors. Every house had its inmate, but I couldn't perceive them. If I could have deluded myself into a belief of this kind, I should have been far more satisfied, but my brain, tenacious of its reason, refused to lend itself to such imaginations. And though I endeavored to play the antic to myself, I knew that I, the offspring of man, during long years one among many, now remained sole survivor of my species. The sun sank behind the western hills. I had fasted since the preceding evening, but though faint and weary, I loathed food, nor ceased, while a lay of light remained, to pace the lovely streets. Night came on and set its every living creature but me to the bosom of its mate. It was my solace to blunt my mental agony by personal hardship. Of the 1,000 beds around, I would not seek the luxury of one. I lay down on the pavement. A cold marble step served me for a pillow. Midnight came, and then, though not before, did my wearied lids shut out the sight of the twinkling stars and their reflex on the pavement near. Thus I passed the second night of my desolation. There's a bunch of blank pages there. Before we dive into the final chapter, how you gonna do it? How's everybody holding up? I know it's been a little lengthy. We're kind of stretching it to finish this last chapter up. Anybody have big opinions? I'm really glad that I'm helping you calm down. I was really hoping that you're very dozy. Do feel free to go to sleep. I will not complain. Twitch won't know you go to sleep. You'll still kind of the viewer. And I'll be happy to have helped you attain some snooze. That goes for the rest of the audience, too. That's not, it's not merely exclusive, there to who I'm speaking to. If you feel this is a good sleep aid, go for it. I will not complain. I will, in fact, be happy to have aided you in some way in your life. I can hear someone now sending me an email about what I just did. It's a tea kettle. Every time I use it, other than right now, the water is boiling coming out of it. It will be fine. I don't think I'm going to give somebody the botulism by doing what I just did. Anyway. Let's finish this thing up, shall we? Chapter 10. I awoke in the morning, just as the higher windows of the lofty houses received the first beams of the rising sun. The birds were chirping, perched on the windowsills and deserted thresholds of the doors. I awoke, and my first thought was that Adrian and Clara were dead. I no longer shall be hailed by their good morrow, or pass the long day in their society. I shall never see them more. The ocean has robbed me of them, stolen their hearts of love from their breasts, and given over to corruption what was dearer to me than light, or life, or hope. I was an untaught shepherd boy when Adrian deigned to confer on me his friendship. The best years of my life had been passed with him. I had possessed of this world's goods, of happiness, knowledge, or virtue. I owed them to him. He had in his person, his intellect, and his rare qualities given a glory to my life, which without him it would never known. Beyond all other beings, he taught me that goodness, pure and single, can be an attribute of man. It was a sight for angels I can read. It was a sight for angels to congregate, to behold, to view him lead, govern, and solace the last days of the human race. So too was my lovely Clara also lost to me. She, who the last daughters of man, exhibited all those feminine and maiden virtues which poets, painters, and sculptors have in their various languages strove to express. Yet as far as she was concerned, could I lament that she was removed in early youth from the certain advent of misery? Pure she was of soul, and all her intents were holy. But her heart was the throne of love, and the sensibility her lovely countenance expressed was the prophet of many woes, not the less deep and drear because she would have for ever concealed them. These two wondrously endowed beings had been spared from the universal wreck, to be my companions during the last year of solitude. I had felt while they were with me all their worth. I was conscious that every other sentiment, regret, or passion had by degrees merged into a yearning, clinging affection for them. I had not forgotten the sweet partner of my youth, mother of my children, my adored Idris, but I saw at least a part of her spirit alive again in her brother, and after that by Evelyn's death I had lost what most dearly recalled her to me, I enshrined her memory in Adrian's form, and endeavored to confound the two dear ideas. I sound the depths of my heart, and try in vain to draw thence the expressions that can typify my love for those remnants of my race. If regret and sorrow came athwart me, as well it might in our solitary and uncertain state, the clear tones of Adrian's voice and his fervent look dissipated the gloom. Or was I cheered unaware by the mild content and sweet resignation Clara's cloudless brow and deep blue eyes expressed? They were all to me, the sons of my benighted soul, repose in my weariness, slumber in my sleepless woe. Ill, most ill, with disjointed words, bare and weak, if I expressed the feeling which I clung to them. I would have wound myself like ivy inextricably around them, so that the same blow might destroy us both. I would have entered and been a part of them, so that, if the dull substance of my flesh were thought, even now had I accompanied them to their new and incommunicable abode. Never shall I see them more. I am bereft of their dear converse, bereft of the sight of them. I'm a tree rent by lightning. Never will the bark close over the bared fibres. Never will their quivering life, torn by the winds, receive the opiate of a moment's balm. I am alone in the world, but with that expression as yet was less pregnant with misery than that Adrian and Clara are dead. The tide of thought and feeling rolls on forever the same, though the banks and shapes around which govern its course, and the reflection in the wave vary. Thus the sentiment of immediate loss in some sort decayed, while that of utter, irredeemable loneliness grew on me with time. 3 days I wandered through Ravenna, now thinking only of the beloved beings who slept in the cozy caves of the ocean, now looking forward on the dread bank before me, shuddering to take an onward step, writhing at each change that marked the progress of the hours. For 3 days I wandered to and fro in this melancholy town. I passed whole hours in going from house to house, listening whether I could detect some lurking sign of human existence. Sometimes I rang at a bell. It tinkled through the vaulted rooms, and silence succeeded the sound. I called myself hopeless, and yet still I hoped. And still disappointment ushered in the hours, intruding the cold, sharp steel which first pierced me into the aching, festering wound. I fed like a wild beast, which seizes its food only when stung by intolerable hunger. I didn't change my garb, seek the shelter of a roof during all those days. Burning heats, nervous irritation, a ceaseless but confused flow of thought, sleepless nights, and days instinct with a frenzy of agitation possessed me during that time. As the fever of my blood increased, the desire of wandering came upon me. I remember that the sun had set on my 5th day after my wreck, when without purpose or aim I quitted the town of Ravenna. I must have been very ill. Had I been possessed by more or less of delirium, that night had surely been my last. For as I continued to walk on the banks of the Mentone, whose upward course I followed, I looked wistfully on the stream, acknowledging to myself that its pellucid waves could medicine my woes forever, and was unable to account to myself for my tardiness in seeking their shelter from the poisoned arrows of thought that were piercing me through and through. I walked a considerable part of the night, and excessive weariness at length conquered my repugnance to the availing myself of the deserted habitations of my species. The waning moon, which had just risen, showed me a cottage, whose neat entrance and trim garden reminded me of my own England. I lifted up the latch of the door and entered. A kitchen first presented itself, where, guided by the moonbeams, I found materials for striking a light. Within this was a bedroom. The couch was furnished with sheets of snowy whiteness, the wood piled on the hearth, and an array as for a meal might have almost deceived me into the dear belief that I had here found what I had long sought, one survivor, a companion for my loneliness, a solace to my despair. I steeled myself against that delusion. The room itself was vacant. It was only prudent, I repeated to myself, to examine the rest of the house. I fancied that I was proof against the expectation, yet my heart beat audibly as I laid my hand on the lock of each door, and it sunk again, and I perceived in each the same vacancy. Dark and silent they were as vaults, so I returned to the first chamber, wondering what sightless host had spread the materials for my repast and my repose. I drew a chair to the table, and examined what the viands were of which I was to partake. In truth, it was a death feast. The bread was blue and mouldy, the cheese lay a heap of dust. I did not dare examine the other dishes. A troop of ants passed in a double line across the tablecloth. Every utensil was covered with dust, cobwebs, myriads of dead flies. These were objects each and all betokening the fallaciousness of my expectations. Tears rushed into my eyes. Surely this was a wanton display of the power of the destroyer. What had I done, that each sensitive nerve was thus to be anatomized? Yet why complain more now than ever? The vacant cottage revealed no new sorrow. The world was empty. Mankind was dead. I knew it well. Why quarrel, therefore, with an acknowledged and stale truth? And yet, as I said, I had hoped, in the very heart of despair, so that every new impression on the hard-cut reality on my soul brought with it a fresh pang, telling me the yet unstudied lesson that neither change of place nor time could bring alleviation to my misery, but that as I now was, I must continue, day after day, month after month, year after year, while I lived. I hardly dared conjecture what space of time that expression implied. It's true, I was no longer in the first blush of manhood, neither had I declined far in the vale of years. Men have encountered the prime of life. I had just entered my 37th year. Every limb was as well kit, every articulation as true as when I had acted the shepherd on the hills of Cumberland. And with these advantages, I was to commence the train of solitary life. Such were the reflections that ushered in my slumber on that night. The shelter, however, and less disturbed repose which I enjoyed, restored me the following morning to a greater portion of health and strength than I had experienced since my fatal shipwreck. Among the stores I had discovered on searching the cottage the previous night was a quantity of dried grapes. These refreshed me in the morning as I left my lodging, and proceeded toward a town which I discerned at no great distance. As far as I could divine, it must have been Forley. I entered with pleasure its wide and grassy streets. All its true pictured the excess of desolation, and yet I loved to find myself in these spots which had been the abode of my fellow creatures. I delighted to traverse street after street, to look up at the tall houses, and repeat to myself, once they contained beings similar to myself. I was not always the wretch I am now. The wide square of Forley, the arcade around it, its light and pleasant aspect cheered me. I was pleased with the idea that if the earth should be again peopled, we, the lost race, would, in the relics left behind, present no contemptible exhibition of our powers to the newcomers. I entered one of the palaces and opened the door of a magnificent saloon. I started. I looked again with half-renewed wonder. What wild-looking, unkempt, half-naked savage was that before me? The surprise was momentary. I perceived that it was I myself whom I beheld in the large mirror at the end of the hall. No wonder that the lover of the princely Idris should fail to recognize himself in the miserable object there portrayed. My tattered dress was that in which I'd crawled half alive from a tempestuous sea. My long and tangled hair hung in elf locks on my brow. My dark eyes, now hollow and wild, gleamed from under them. My cheeks were discolored by the jaundice which, effect of misery and neglect, suffused my skin, and were half hid by a beard of many days' growth. Yet why should I not remain thus? I thought. The world is dead. This squalid attire is a fitter mourning garb than the foppery of the black suit. And thus methinks I should have remained, had not hope, without which I do not believe man could exist, whispered to me that in such a plight I should be an object of fear and aversion to the being, reserved I knew not where, but I fondly trusted at length to be found. Will my readers scorn the vanity that made me attire myself with some care, for the sake of this visionary being? Or will they forgive the freaks of half-praised imagination? I can easily forgive myself. For hope, however vague, was so dear to me, and a sentiment of pleasure so rare occurrence, that I yielded readily to any idea, and cherished the one, or promised any recurrence of the former, to my sorrowing heart. After such occupation I visited every street, alley, and nook of Forli. These Italian towns presented an appearance of still greater desolation than those of England or France. Plague had appeared here early. It had finished its course and achieved its work much sooner than with us. Probably the last summer had found no human being alive, and all the track included between the shores of Calabria and the northern Alps. My search was utterly vain, and yet I did not despond. Reason, methought, was on my side, and the chances were by no means contemptible that there should exist in some part of Italy a survivor like myself, of a wasted, depopulated land. As therefore I rambled through the empty town, I formed my plan for future operations. I would continue to journey on towards Rome. After I should have satisfied myself by a narrow search that I left behind no human beings in the towns through which I passed, I'd write up in a conspicuous part of each with white paint in 3 languages that Verney, the last of the race of Englishmen, had taken up his abode in Rome. In pursuance of this scheme, I entered a painter's shop and procured myself the paint. It's strange that so trivial an occupation should have consoled and even enlivened me. But grief renders one childish, despair fantastic. To the simple inscription I merely added the adjuration, "Friend, come, I wait for thee. Eventi, ti aspetto." On the following morning, with something like hope for my companion, I quitted Forli on my way to Rome. Until now, agonizing retrospect and dreary prospects for the future had stung me when awake, and cradled me to my repose. Many times I delivered myself up to the tyranny of anguish. Many times I resolved a speedy end to my woes, and death by my own hands was a remedy whose practicability, practicability was even cheering to me. What could I fear in the other world? If there was a hell, and I was doomed to it, I should come adept to its sufferance and tortures. The act were easy, the speedy and certain end of my deplorable tragedy. But now these thoughts faded before the newborn expectation. I went on my way, not as before, feeling each hour, each minute, to be at an age instinct with incalculable pain. As I wandered along the plain at the foot of the Appians, through their valleys and over their bleak summits, my path led me through a country which had been trodden by heroes, visited and admired by thousands. They had, as a tide, receded, leaving me blank and bare in the midst. Why complain? Did I not hope? So I schooled myself, even after the enlivening spirit had really deserted me, and thus I was obliged to call up all the fortitude I command. And that was not much, to prevent a recurrence of that chaotic and intolerable despair that had succeeded to the miserable shipwreck that consummated every fear and dashed to annihilation every joy. I rose every day with the morning sun and left my desolate inn. As my feet strayed through the unpeopled country, my thoughts rambled through the universe, and I was least miserable when I could, absorbed in reverie, forget the passage of the hours. Each evening, in spite of my weariness, I detested to enter any dwelling there to take up my nightly abode. I sat, hour after hour, at the door of the cottage I had selected, unable to lift the latch and meet face to face blank desertion within. Many nights, though autumnal mists were spread around, I passed under an island. Many times I've supped on our British berries and chestnuts, thinking of fire, traveller-like on the ground, because my wild natural scenery reminded me less acutely of my hopeless state of loneliness. I counted the days and bore with me a peeled willow wand on which, as well I could remember, I had notched the days that had elapsed since my wreck, and each night I added another unit to the melancholy sum. I toiled up a hill which led to Spoleto. Around was spread a plain encircled by the chestnut-covered Appians. A dark ravine was on one side, spanned by an aqueduct whose tall arches were rooted in the dell below, and attested that man had once deigned to bestow labor and thought here, to adorn and civilize nature. Savage, ungrateful nature, in which wild sport defaced his remains, protruding her easily renewed and fragile growth of wild flowers and parasite plants around his eternal edifices. I sat on a monument of rock and looked round. The sun had bathed in gold the western atmosphere, and in the east the clouds caught the radiance and budded into transient loneliness. It set on a world that contained me alone for its habitant. I took out my wand and I counted the marks. 25 were already traced. 25 days had already elapsed since a human voice had gladdened my ears, a human countenance had met my gaze. 25 long, weary days, succeeded by dark and lonesome nights, had mingled with foregone years and become a part of the past, the never to be recalled, a real, undeniable portion of my life. 25 long, long days. Why was this not a month? Why talk of days or weeks or months? I must grasp years in my imagination if I were to truly picture the future to myself. 3, 5, 10, 20, 50 anniversaries of that fatal epoch might elapse, every year containing 12 months, each of more numerous calculation in a diary than 25 days gone by. Can it be? Will it be? We have been used to look forward to death tremulously. Wherefore? But because its place was obscure? But more terrible and far more obscure was the unveiled course of my lone futurity. I broke my wand. I threw it from me. I needed no recorder of the inch and barleycorn growth of my life, while the unquiet thoughts created other divisions and those ruled over by the planets. And in looking back on the age that had elapsed since I've been alone, I disdain to give the name of days and hours to the throes of agony which had in truth portioned it out. I hid my face in my hands. The twitter of the young birds going to rest, and their rustling among the trees disturbed the still evening air. The crickets chirped, the Isolo cooed at intervals. My thoughts had been of death, but these sounds spoke to me of life. I lifted up my eyes, a bat wheeling round. The sun had sunk behind the jagged line of the mountains, and the palely crescent moon was visible, silver-white, amongst the orange sunset, and accompanied by one bright star, prolonging thus the twilight. A herd of cattle passed along the dell below, untended, toward their watering place. The grass was rustled by a gentle breeze, and the olive woods, mellowed into soft masses by the moonlight, contrasted their sea green with the dark chestnut foliage. Yes, this is the earth. There is no change, no ruin, no rent made in her verdurous expanse. She continues to wheel round and round, with alternate night and day, through the sky, though man is not her adorner or inhabitant. Why could I not forget myself like one of these animals, and no longer endure the wild tumult of misery that I endure? And yet, oh, what a deadly branch yawned between their state and mine. Have they not companions? Have they not each their mate, cherished young their home, for which, though unexpressed to us, is, I doubt not, endeared and enriched even in their eyes by the society which kind nature has created for them? It is I only that am alone. I on this little hilltop, gazing on plain and mountain recess, on sky and its starry population, listening to every sound of earth and air and murmuring wave. I only cannot express to any companion my many thoughts, nor lay my throbbing head on any loved bosom, nor drink from meeting eyes an intoxicating dew that transcends the fabulous nectar of the gods. Shall I not, then, complain? Shall I not curse the murderous engine which has mowed down the children of men, my brethren? Shall I not bestow a malediction on every other nature's offspring which dares to live and enjoy while I live and suffer? No, I will discipline my sorrowing heart to sympathy in your joys. I'll be happy, because ye are so. Live on, ye innocent, nature's selected darlings. I'm not much unlike to you. Nerves, pulse, brain, joint, and flesh, of such am I composed, and ye are organized by the same laws. I have something beyond this, but I'll call it a defect, not an endowment, if it leads me to misery while ye are happy. Just then there emerged from a near copse 2 goats and a little kid by the mother's side. They began to browse the herbage of the hill. I approached near them without their perceiving me, gathered a handful of fresh grass, and held it out. The little one nestled close to its mother while she timidly withdrew. The male, however, stepped forward, fixing his eyes on it. I drew near, still holding out my lure, while he, depressing his head, rushed me with his horns. I was a very fool. I knew it, yet I yielded to my rage. I snatched up a huge fragment of rock. It would have crushed my rash foe. I poised it, aimed it, and my heart failed me. I hurled it wide of the mark. It rolled clattering among the bushes into the dell. My little visitants, all aghast, galloped back to the corner of the wood, and while I, my very heart bleeding and torn, rushed down the hill, and by violence of bodily exertion sought to escape from my miserable self. No, no, I will not live among the wild scenes of nature, the enemy of all that lives. I'll seek the town. Rome, the capital of the world, the crown of man's achievements. Among its storied streets, hallowed ruins, stupendous remains of human exertion, I shall not as here find everything forgetful of man. Trampling on his memory, defacing his works, proclaiming from hill to hill and vale to vale by the torrents, freed from the boundaries which he imposed, by the vegetation liberated from the laws which he enforced, by his habitation abandoned to mildew and weeds, that his power is lost, his race annihilated forever. I hailed the Tiber, for that was, as it were, an unalienable possession of humanity. I hailed the wild Campagna, for every rood that had been trod by man, and its savage uncultivation, of no recent date, only proclaimed more distinctly his power, since he'd been given an honorable name and sacred title to what else had been a worthless, barren tract. I entered eternal Rome by the Porta del Popolo, and saluted with awe its time-honored space. The wide square, the churches near, the long extent of the Corso, the near eminence of the Trinita de Monte, appeared like fairy work. They were so silent, so peaceful, so very fair. It was evening, and the population of animals which still existed in this mighty city had gone to rest. There was no sound save the murmur of its many fountains, whose soft monotony was harmony to my soul. The knowledge that I was in Rome soothed me, that wondrous city, hardly more illustrious for its heroes and sages than for the power it exercised over the imaginations of men. I went to rest that night, the eternal burning of my heart quenched, and my senses tranquil. The next morning I eagerly began my rambles in search of oblivion. I ascended the many terraces of the garden of the Colonna Palace, under whose roof I'd been sleeping, and passing out from it at its summit, I found myself on Monte Cavallo. The fountain sparkled in the sun, the obelisk above pierced the dark blue air. The statues on each side, the works as they are inscribed of Phidias and Praxiteles, stood in undiminished grandeur, representing Castor and Pollux, who with majestic power tamed the rearing animal at their side. If those illustrious artists had in truth chiseled those forms, how many passing generations had their giant proportions outlived? And now they were viewed by the last of the species they were sculptured to represent and deify. I'd shrunk into insignificance in my own eyes, as I considered the multitudinous beings these stone demigods had outlived, but this afterthought restored me to dignity in my own conception. The sight of the poetry eternized in these statues took the sting from the thought, arraying it only in poetic ideality. I repeated to myself, I'm in Rome. I behold, and as it were, familiarly converse with the wonder of the world, sovereign mistress of the imagination, majestic and eternal survivor of millions of generations of extinct men. I endeavored to quiet the sorrows of my aching heart by even now taking an interest in what my youth I had ardently longed to see. Every part of Rome is replete with relics of ancient times. The meanest streets are strewn with truncated columns, broken capitals, Corinthian and Ionic, and sparkling fragments of granite or porphyry. The walls of the most penurious dwellings enclose a fluted pillar of ponderous stone which once made part of the palace of the Caesars, and the voice of dead time and its still vibrations is breathed from these dumb things, animated and glorified as they were by man. I embraced the vast columns of the temple of the Jupiter Satyr, which survives in the open space that was the Forum, and leaning my burning cheek against its cold durability, I tried to lose the sense of present misery and present desertion by recalling to the haunted cell of my brain vivid memories of times gone by. I rejoiced at my success as I figured Camillus, the Gracchi, Cato, and last the heroes of Tacitus, which shine meteors of a surpassing brightness during the murky night of the empire. As the verses of Horace and Virgil, or the glowing periods of Cicero thronged into the open gates of my mind, I felt myself exalted by long-forgotten enthusiasm. I was delighted to know that I beheld the scene which they beheld, the scene which their wives and mothers and crowds of the unnamed witnessed, while at the same time they honored, applauded, or wept for these matchless specimens of humanity. At length, then, I found a consolation. I had not vainly sought the storied precincts of Rome. I discovered a medicine for my many and vital wounds. I sat at the foot of these vast columns. The Colosseum, whose naked ruin is robed by nature in a verdurous and glowing veil, lay in the sunlight on my right. Not far off, to the left, was the tower of the Capitol. Triumphal arches, the failing walls of many temples, strewed the ground at my feet. I resolved to force myself to see the plebeian multitude and lofty patrician forms congregated around, and as the diorama of ages passed across my subdued fancy, they were replaced by the modern Roman, the Pope in his white stole distributing benedictions to the kneeling worshippers, the friar in his cowl, the dark-eyed girl veiled by her misera, the noisy, sunburnt rustic, leading his herd of buffalo and oxen to the Campo Vicino. The romance with which, dipping our pencils in the rainbow hues of the sky and transcendent nature, we to a degree gratuitously endow the Italians, replaced the solemn grandeur of antiquity. I remembered the dark monk and floating figures of the Italian, and how my boyish blood had thrilled at the description. I called to mind Corinna ascending from the Capitol to be crowned, and passing from the hero to the author, reflected how the enchantress spirit of Rome held sovereign sway over the minds of the imaginative, until it rested on me, sole remaining spectator of its wonders. I was long wrapped by such ideas, but the soul wearies of a pauseless flight, and stooping from its wheeling circuits round and round this spot, suddenly it fell 10,000 fathom deep into the abyss of the present, into self-knowledge, into tenfold sadness. I roused myself, casting off my waking dreams, and I, who could just now hear the shouts of the Roman throng, and was hustled by countless multitudes, now beheld the desert ruins of Rome sleeping under its blue sky. The shadows lay tranquilly on the ground, sheep were grazing untended on the Palatine, and a buffalo stalked down the sacred way that led to the Capitol. I was alone in the Forum, alone in Rome, alone in the world. Would not one living man, one companion in my weary solitude, be worth all the glory and remembered power of this time-honored city? Double sorrow, sadness, bred in Cimmerian caves, robed my soul in a mourning garb. The generations I conjured up to my fancy contrasted more strongly with the end of all, the single point in which, as a pyramid, the mighty fabric of society had ended, while I, on giddy height, saw a vacant space around me. From such vague laments I turned to the contemplation of the minutiae of my situation. So far I had not succeeded in the sole object of my desires, the finding a companion for my desolation. Yet I did not despair. It is true that my inscriptions were set up for the most part in insignificant towns and villages, and yet, even without these memorials, it was possible that the person who, like me, should find himself alone in a depopulate land, should, like me, come to Rome. The more slender my expectation was, the more I chose to act on it, and to accommodate my actions to this vague possibility. It became necessary, therefore, that for a time I should domesticate myself in Rome. It became necessary that I should look my disaster in the face, not playing the schoolboy's part of obedience without submission, enduring life and yet rebelling against the laws which I lived. Yet how could I resign myself? Without love, without sympathy, without communion with any, how could I meet the morning sun, and with it trace its oft-repeated journey to the evening shades? Why did I continue to live? Why not throw off the weary weight of time, and with my own hand let out the fluttering prisoner from my agonized breast? It was not cowardice that withheld me, for the true fortitude was to endure, and death had a soothing sound accompanying it. It would easily entice me to enter its demesnes. But this I would not do. I had, from the moment I had reasoned on the subject, instituted myself the subject of fate, and the servant of necessity, the visible laws of the invisible God. I believed that my obedience was the result of sound reasoning, pure feeling, and an exalted sense of the true excellence and nobility of my nature. Could I have seen this empty earth, and the seasons and their change, the hand of a blind power on them? Most willingly I would have placed my head on the sod and closed my eyes on its loveliness forever. But fate had administered life to me, and the plague had already seized on its prey. She had dragged me by the hair out from the strangling waves. By such miracles she brought me for her own. I admitted her authority and bowed to her decrees. If after mature consideration such was my resolve, it was doubly necessary that I should not lose the end of life, the improvement of my faculties, and poison its flow by repinings without end. Yet how cease to repine, since there was no hand near to extract the barbed spear that had entered my heart of hearts? I stretched out my hand, and it touched none whose sensations were responsive to mine. I was girded, walled in, vaulted over by sevenfold barriers of loneliness. Occupation alone, if I could deliver myself up to it, would be capable of affording an opiate to my sleepless sense of woe. Having determined to make Rome my abode, at least for some months, I made arrangements for my accommodation. I selected my home. The Colonna Palace was well adapted for my purpose. Its grandeur, its treasure of paintings, its magnificent halls were objects soothing and even exhilarating me. I found the granaries of Rome well stored with grain, and particularly with Indian corn. This product requiring less art in its preparation for food, I selected it as my principal support. I now found the hardships and lawlessness of my youth turned to account. A man cannot throw off the habits of 16 years. Since that age, it's true, I had lived luxuriously, or at least surrounded by all the conveniences civilization afforded. But before that time, I had been as uncouth as a savage, as the wolf-bred founder of old Rome. And now in Rome itself, robber and shepherd propensities, similar to those of its founder, were of an advantage to its soul and inhabitant. I spent the morning riding and shooting in the Campagna. I passed long hours in the various galleries. I gazed at each statue and lost myself in a reverie before many a fair Madonna or a beauteous nymph. I haunted the Vatican and stood surrounded by marble forms of divine beauty. Each stone deity was possessed by sacred gladness and the eternal fruition of love. They looked on me with unsympathizing complacency, and often in wild accents I reproached them for their supreme indifference. For they were human shapes. The human form divine was manifest in each fairest limb and lineament. The perfect molding brought with it the idea of color and motion, often half in bitter mockery. I had in self-delusion clasped their icy proportions, and coming between Cupid and his Psyche's lips, pressed the unconceiving marble. I endeavored to read as well. I visited the libraries of Rome, selecting a volume and choosing some sequestered shady nook on the banks of the Tiber, or opposite the fair temple in the Borghese gardens, or under the old pyramid of Cestius. I endeavored to conceal me from myself, and immerse myself in the subject traced on the pages before me. As if in the same soil you plant nightshade and a myrtle tree, they will each appropriate the mold, moisture, and air administered, for the posturing their several properties. So did my grief, too, find sustenance and power of existence and growth in what else had been divine manna to feed radiant meditation. Oh, I streak this paper with the tale of what my so-named occupations were. While I shape the skeleton of my days, my hand trembles, my heart pants, and my brain refuses to lend expression of phrase or idea by which to image forth the veil of unutterable woe that clothed these bare realities. O worn and beating heart, may I dissect thy fibres, and tell how in each unmitigatable misery, sadness dire, and repinings, despair existence. May I record my many ravings, the wild curses I hurled at torturing nature, and the past days shut out from light and food, from all except the burning hell alive in my own bosom. I was presented, meantime, with the one other occupation, the one best fitted to discipline my melancholy thoughts, which strayed backwards over many a ruin, and through a many flowery glade, even to the mountain recess from which in early youth I had first emerged. During one of my rambles through the habitations of Rome, I found writing materials on a table in an author's study. Parts of a manuscript lay scattered about. It contained a learned disquisition on the Italian language, one page an unfinished dedication of posterity, for whose profit the writer had sifted and selected the niceties of this harmonious language, to whose everlasting benefit he bequeathed his labors. I also will write a book, I cried. For whom to read, for whom dedicated? And then with silly flourish, what so capricious and childish as despair, I wrote, Dedication to the illustrious dead. Shadows arise and read your fall. Behold the history of the last man. And yet, will not this world be repeopled, and the children of a saved pair of lovers, and some to be unknown and unattainable seclusion, wandering to these prodigious relics of the anti-pestilential race, seek to learn how beings so wondrous in their achievements, with imaginations infinite and powers godlike, had departed from their home to an unknown country? I will write and leave in this most ancient city this world's sole monument, a record of these things. I will leave a monument of the existence of Verney, the last man. At first I thought only to speak of plague, of death, and last of desertion, but I lingered fondly on my early years, and recorded with zeal the virtues of my companions. They have been with me during the fulfillment of this task. I've brought it to an end. I lift my eyes from my paper, and again they're lost to me. Again I feel that I'm alone. It's been a year since I've been thus occupied. The seasons have made their wonted round, and decked this eternal city in a changeful robe of surpassing beauty. A year has passed, and I no longer guess at my state or my prospects. Loneliness is my familiar, sorrow my inseparable companion. I have endeavored to brave the storm. I have endeavored to school myself to fortitude. I've sought to imbue myself with the lessons of wisdom, but it will not do. My hair has become nearly gray. My voice, unused now to utter sound, comes strangely on my ears. My person, with its human powers and features, seem to me a monstrous excrescence of nature. How express, in human language, a woe human being until this hour never knew? How give intelligible expression to a pang none but I could ever understand? No one has entered Rome. No one will ever come. I smile bitterly at the delusion I have so long nourished, and still more when I reflect that I have exchanged it for another as delusive, as false, but to which I now cling with the same with the same fond trust. Winter has come again, and the gardens of Rome have lost their leaves. The sharp air comes over the Campagna, and driven its brute inhabitants take up their abode in the many dwellings of the deserted city. Frost has suspended the gushing fountains, and Trevi has stilled her eternal music. I had made a rough calculation, aided by the stars, by which I endeavored to ascertain the first day of the new year. In the old worn-out age, the sovereign pontiff was used to go in solemn pomp and mark the renewal of the year by driving a nail in the gate of the temple of temple of Janus. On that day I ascended St. Peter's, and carved on its topmost stone the era 2100, last year of the world. My only companion was a dog, a shaggy fellow, half water and half shepherd's dog, whom I found tending sheep in the Campagna. His master was dead, but nevertheless he continued filling his duties in expectation of his return. If a sheep strayed from the rest, he forced it to return to the flock, and seditiously kept off any intruder. Riding the Campagna, I had come upon this sheep walk, and for some time observed his repetition of lessons learned from the man, now useless, though unforgotten. His delight was excessive when he saw me. He sprung up to my knees, he capered round and round, wagging his tail with a short, quick bark of pleasure. He left his fold to follow me, and from that day has never neglected to watch by and attend on me, showing boisterous gratitude whenever I caress or talk to him. His pattering steps and mine alone were heard when we entered the magnificent extent of the nave and aisle of St. Peter's. We ascended the myriad steps together, when on the summit I achieved my design, and in rough figures noted the date of the last year. I then turned to gaze on the country and to take leave of Rome. I had long determined to quit it, and I now formed the plan I would adopt for my future career, after I left this magnificent abode. A solitary being is by instinct a wanderer, and that I would become. A hope of amelioration always attends on my change of pace, which would ever lighten the burden of my life. I had been a fool to remain in Rome all this time. Rome, noted for malaria, the famous caterer for death. But it was still possible that, could I visit the whole extent of the earth, I should find in some part of the wide extent a survivor. Methought the seaside was the most probable retreat to be chosen by such a one. If left alone in an inland district, still they would not continue in the spot where their last hopes had been extinguished. They would journey on, like me, in search of a partner for their solitude, until the watery barrier stopped their further progress. That water, cause of my woes, perhaps now to be their cure, I would take myself. Farewell, Italy. Farewell, thou ornament of the world, matchless Rome, the retreat of the solitary one during long months to civilized life, to the settled home and succession of monotonous days. Farewell. Peril will now be mine, and I hail her as a friend. Death will perpetually cross my path, and I'll meet him as a benefactor. Hardship, inclement weather, and dangerous tempests will be my sworn mates. Ye spirits of storm, receive me. Ye powers of destruction, open wide your arms, and clasp me forever. If a kinder power have not decreed another end, so that after long endurance I may reap my reward, and again feel my heart beat near the heart of another, like to me. Tiber, the road which is spread by nature's own hand, threading her continent, was at my feet, and many a boat was tethered to the banks. I would, with a few books, provisions, and my dog, embark in one of these and float down the current of the stream into the sea, and then, keeping near land, I would coast the beauteous shores and sunny promontories of the blue Mediterranean, past Naples, along Calabria, and would dare the twin perils of Scylla and Charybdis, and then, with a fearless aim, for what had I to lose, skim the ocean's surface toward Malta and the further Cyclades. I would avoid Constantinople. The sight of those well-known towers and inlets belonged to another state of existence from my present one. I would coast Asia Minor and Syria, and passing the seven-mouthed Nile, steer northward again, till losing sight of forgotten Carthage and deserted Libya, I should reach the Pillars of Hercules. And then, no matter where, the oozy caves and soundless depths of ocean may be my dwelling, before I accomplish this long-drawn voyage, where the arrow of disease find my heart as I float singly on the weltering Mediterranean, or in some place I touch at I may find what I seek, a companion, or if this may not be, to endless time, decrepit and grey-headed, youth already in the grave with those I love, the lone wanderer will still unfurl his sail and clasp the tiller, and still obeying the breezes of heaven, forever round and another promontory, anchoring in another bay, still ploughing seedless ocean, leaving behind the verdant land of native Europe, adown the tawny shore of Africa, having weathered the fierce seas of the Cape, I may moor my worn skiff in a creek, shaded by the spicy groves of the odorous islands of the far Indian Ocean. These are all wild dreams. And yet now, since a week ago, they've come on me. I've stood on the height of St. Peter's, and they've ruled my imagination. I've chosen my boat, laid in my scant stores. I've selected a few books. The principal are Homer and Shakespeare, but the libraries of the world are thrown open to me, and in any port I can renew my stock. I form no expectation of alteration for the better, but the monotonous present is intolerable to me. Neither hope nor joy are my pilots. Relentless despair and fierce desire of change lead me on. I long to grapple with danger, to be excited by fear, to have some task, however slight or voluntary, for each day's fulfillment. I shall witness all the variety of appearance that the elements can assume. I shall read fair augury in the rainbow, menace in the clouds, some lesson or record dear to my heart and everything. Thus around the shores of deserted earth, while the sun is high and the moon waxes or wanes, angels, the spirits of the dead, and the ever-open eye of the Supreme will behold the tiny bark freighted with Verney, the last man. And with that befittingly depressing end to our tale, we close our journey into the end of the world. I was not expecting this to take a hard left into a plague. I knew going into this book that it was a dystopia of some kind, that it was, a pessimistic look at the future. But I had just assumed that in that very Victorian way, I shouldn't say Victorian in case I'm remembering the time period incorrectly. I assumed in that very, Mary Shelley way of looking at things that, oh, the 2070s, that's a far off year that won't exist. People just won't last that long. I was expecting I'll be blunt. I was expecting climate change. I was expecting, like, the tempests of the world have ruined man, or like, man has frittered himself into a hole with his excesses or something. I was not expecting plague when I first started this book. If I'd have known that this was a plague tale, I would have picked a different book to come back with. I will be blunt. But that being said, despite the timing choices, let's say, that I made getting here, this was a great book. It's through and through a Mary Shelley novel. Having read Frankenstein and now this, there is a very, very specific style in which Shelley pens things, especially when, you can really feel every syllable when you're reading it aloud, uh, of how much and how dramatic and what weight some of these moments need to hold on to. And, yeah, like, despite my misgivings about when I am reading this, this is fantastic. This was a fantastic book. Can I see why it's not abundantly popular? Absolutely. It is not what one expects when when you're told, oh yeah, this is a book about the far future. It's not what you expect anymore. You kind of have to know a little bit about when it was written going in. But honestly, that was great. Like I said, I might try to dig up the letters of Mary Shelley that were referenced in this book. I might dig into the references in this book. I don't think I'm going to read any of them here on Paper Cuts, but I will dig into them on my own time. It's getting a little late here. I have been talking nonstop for 4 hours. Well, nonstop for three hours and 45 minutes. To save my poor throat any more abuse, I'm going to be done for the night. Keep one eye on Twitter if you want to know what book we're reading next. I've got something fun planned. Something that is decidedly not a plague novel, I promise. I'm gonna try and what I'm planning on is leaning much more campy, much more sci-fi, much more directly sci-fi than, oh yeah, Mary Shelley's proto take on sci-fi. No. It's like some actual sci-fi. I've got one or two books planned. I would love some help from the community here. I can only do so much digging through Gutenberg and other public domain repositories to find, tales of wonder and fantasy that suit our needs here. As a reminder, we don't have to read only public domain novels. If you have a novel that you really think I should bring voice to, feel free to reach out to the author on my behalf, or mention it in the Discord, and I'll email the author. Either way, I've rattled on enough. This has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't sting.